Ladies and gentlemen, the Global Conference on Development Finance will begin shortly. I would like to make a few announcements before the official commencement of the conference. I would like to ask that everybody remembers to put their mobile devices in silent mode. The conference offers simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English. Please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. For your safety, we would like to ask everyone to keep your mask on throughout the conference. Lastly, I would like to inform you about the networking time after the conference. It will be in the lobby just outside this meeting room with coffee and refreshments. Please stay with us until the end of the conference and join us for this networking opportunity. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Conference on Development Finance hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea. My name is Hyojung Kim, and it's my honor to be the MC for today's conference. This conference is being streamed online through the Ministry of Economy and Finance's YouTube channel in 2 languages, Korean and English. I would like to thank and welcome all our participants, both online and offline, for joining in. To give you a short overview of today's event, we will begin with the opening ceremony, followed by 3 sessions of presentations and panel discussions. I hope you will stay with us until the very end of the conference. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ki-sun Bang, First Vice Minister for Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, for his opening address. Please welcome Vice Minister Bang with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bang Ki-sun, Vice Minister of Economy and Finance of Korea, and with your understanding, I would like to proceed without the mask. It is a great pleasure to be hosting this global conference on what is a key topic in international development cooperation today, development finance. Let me first thank former Ambassador to the OECD, Honorable Heo Kyung-wook, for delivering the congratulatory address. I'd also like to welcome and thank all the moderators, presenters, and discussants at each session, as well as the participants both online and offline. I would especially like to thank the representatives from ADB, DEG, FMO, IDB Invest, IFC, and MIGA for your presence online and offline. The conference today has been organized to take stock of development finance and to seek to promote it, to support a more developed model of international development cooperation, which is one of the new government's national agenda. With the foremost experts gathered here from home and abroad, I'm sure it will be a chance to exchange wide-ranging views and in-depth discussions. The environment around international development cooperation is faced with seismic changes. Whereas development demand is growing in the wake of the pandemic, climate change, and international conflict, developed nations are tightening up, leaving an ever-yawning gap between development demand and supply. The OECD estimates that the development resource shortfall in the path to SDGs would be $4.2 trillion per year. The fact that the size of global ODA in 2021 was $179 billion shows what a tall order it is to secure sufficient development resource. Thus, it is no surprise that what has emerged as a priority in development cooperation is collaboration with the private sector or mobilizing private resource. In terms of development agenda, green and digital are becoming more important than ever. At COP26 last year, developed nations reaffirmed their commitment for $100 billion a year in green investment in developing countries. And the accelerated digitalization since the pandemic has also stoked demand for ICT-based projects in developing nations. We must also take note of the relations between economic security and development cooperation. As the world tries to reshape the global supply chain, create regional blocs, and pursue value-based alliance, we also see development cooperation being put to strategic application under various goals. To keep up with the changes in the dynamic international development ecosystem, we must seek new approaches to development cooperation. The government's approach to development cooperation is based on three objectives. First is to promote private participation. Development cooperation so far has been reliant on the government and the public sector executing government budget. It is true that Korea's only loan aid mechanism, EDCF, has mostly provided loans to governments. We will streamline the mechanism to encourage more active participation by businesses and financial institutions. We will also review options to provide direct support to the private sector in developing countries through diverse financial means such as equity investment or guarantees. Second is to lead green and digital transition in developing countries. The government will help build up developing countries' climate response capability by following up with the goal of increasing the share of green ODA to above OECD average by 2025. We will also increase digital ODA, already at the world's highest level, to help build up developing countries' self-sustainability to better adapt to the global digital era. Third is to focus on discovering quality projects that can support our economic and security strategies. We plan to actively support smart cities and healthcare infrastructure that are well suited to our technology and expertise. By doing so, we will help improve the quality of life in developing countries while returning benefits to our people and businesses as well. Distinguished guests, some argue that rather than providing aid that could entrap developing countries in poverty, what is needed is to create the environment where low-income countries can invest in themselves. But to enable low-income countries to participate in global bond market and make investment, aid should come first through such channels as development finance. We need to support the seed money and credit to induce more investment to come into developing countries. We also need to share technology and experience so that large-scale investment can lead to sustainable growth. I hope through discussions among government, academia, international organizations, and market participants at today's conference, we can find the right way for providing aid that can guide developing countries to stepping stones for growth, not trap of poverty. I look forward to your ongoing interest and generous advice to the Korean government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us invite Mr. Kyung-uk Ho for a congratulatory address. Mr. Ha is Korea's former ambassador to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Please welcome Mr. Ha with a round of applause.
If you allow me, let me follow the practice of Vice Minister Bang. Let me take off this mask. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all on this important conference. I would like to thank all the participants from abroad and domestic, and from online and offline, for coming here to share your insights and experiences today. Today's event is both timely and important. Timely because I think the world is approaching a historical turning point, and important as the development finance is the idea whose time has come for the ODA. These days, we have been being bombarded by all kinds of crises, multiple as well as complicated. Global pandemic, climate disasters, war in Ukraine, supply chain disruptions, now with rampant inflation and prospect of recession. The list is very long and getting longer. Increasingly, I get the sense that the world we used to know is changing fundamentally, and we are now reaching a historical turn point. And this is the same for the ODA. So-called the great catch-up by emerging economies and developing countries has been reversed, unfortunately, and more ominously, so-called the poverty gap is increasing again, not only across the nations, but also within nations. So in this environment, as Vice Minister Bang just mentioned, finance sector stretching, public sector finance is being stretched and getting tighter and tighter again. So in this sense, development finance and so-called public-private sector participation and partnership is increasingly important. But having said that, let me also emphasize that private sector financing, while it's important, it is not the main purpose of a public-private partnership. Perhaps what's more important is that we try to tap the potential of the private sector in terms of the creativity, as well as its rigor in project evaluation and implementation. So in this world, private sector participation is no longer just a virtue, but a must. And how to nurture this effective public-private sector finance partnership is a common task for everybody. We would like to keep open mind today and learn from the best practices of the world about how this partnership is actually being formed and implemented in the field. Let me talk a little bit about the infrastructure. Infrastructure building has been the part and parcel of economic development for many countries, including Korea. But here again, we are facing a huge infrastructure gap ranging from 1 trillion to 1.5 trillion annually. And it is no wonder that G20 summit has been focusing on leveraging private sector participation in this sector. So this is a very important sector on its own, but more relevant for Korean development finance. Because as you all know, Korea has a well-proven competitive advantage in this field so that we can best contribute to the global community in this area as well. I hope that today's discussion can come up with a very invaluable insight and tangible recommendation on this field as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after Second World War II, Korea is the only country that migrated from recipient country to donor country in the OECD. I'm saying this because we still, in the same generation, keep a very vivid and warm memory of all the help we got from the global community during our hard times. So it is in this spirit of payback and share with a warm heart that we approach all the ODA, including development financing. These days, basically going digital, going green, going inclusive is important, but also, above all, going with the private sector and going with a warm heart, our Korea development mantra. And I do hope today's discussion can be very productive in exploring many options to achieve these mantras. Once again, let me welcome all the participants, and thanks for your participation and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your very kind words. Let's give Mr. Ambassador and Vice Minister another round of applause. Now, in celebration of this very meaningful event today, we're going to have a group photo session. I would like to invite the distinguished guests sitting in the round table in the front for a photo. And thank you, everyone, for your cooperation and patience. Before we move on to session 1 on the need to strengthen development finance, I would like to give you a brief outline of what we have planned for the rest of the conference. There are going to be 3 sessions with a coffee break between sessions 2 and 3. Each session will have 2 presentations followed by 30 minutes of panel discussions. Please also remember that there will be networking time after the 3 sessions. I ask for your active engagement and participation throughout the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to begin session 1. This session will discuss the need to strengthen development finance and which measures will be most effective in expanding development finance. This session will be moderated by Professor Yong-Gal Won from University of Seoul. Please welcome the moderator, speakers, and panelists with a big round of applause. If the speakers and the panelists could wait just a second until the stage is being set up. Now I would like to invite the speakers and panelists to the stage, please. Professor, the floor is yours.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will be the moderator for your first session. My name is Won Yong-gol. I'm the professor at a University of Seoul at the University of Seoul, and with your understanding, I would like to take off my face mask. This session is entitled The Need to Strengthen Development Finance. This year marks the seventh year since UN SDGs, and in fact the 2030s is approaching ever faster. However, development financing is very insufficient, and this has become even more tight, as has been mentioned by Vice Minister Pang in his opening remarks. And that is why there is a need to expand our development financing outside of ODA. That is why we have to be more strategic in leveraging ODA, and hopefully also participate private finance into the arena of development finance. And now this concept is becoming ever bigger, and it is gaining widespread attention. It is also called blended finance. Korea's development cooperation and development assistance is far behind that of advanced economies, and that is why we have to be very quick in catching up. And that is why we have decided to talk about the need to strengthen development finance for this first session. In this session, we have invited leading development finance experts from both Korea and abroad. And before we turn to their presentations, we'd like to introduce them in turn. First of all, we have Kyung-hee Kim, the DG of Development Finance for the Ministry of Economy and Finance at the Republic of Korea. DG Kim has worked on multilateral and bilateral development finance, and she's the head of such development finance activities at the MOEF. We also have Won Do-yeon, DG of Development Cooperation Bureau, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is the DG of Development Cooperation at MOFA. We also have Chu Hong-kang, DG, the Office of Government Policy Coordination for the Republic of Korea. Director General Kang works on the coordination of relevant development finance policies across the government. We also have Hyuk Jung, professor at Seoul National University. Professor Jung in academia is a renowned expert in development finance. Lastly, we also have with us Yul Kwon, Deputy President of the CIDC, or the Center for International Development Cooperation at Kiev. Since very early on, he has provided policy advice on development financing to government representatives. We'd first like to hear about 10-minute presentations each from Director General Kim and Professor Chung. And then we would like to turn to our panelists to respond to the presentations and discuss ideas on what we can do to improve our readiness when it comes to development finance, and how we can tie in the efforts of MOFA and the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And then, after the panelists have had their turn, we'd also like to go back to our speakers to respond to what the panelists have said. For purposes of time management, I would like to give you a 1-minute heads up before your last minute. Now we'd like to turn to Director General Kim.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Kyung-hee, Director General for Development Finance of MOEF. With your understanding, I would like to present without the mask on. Now, yes, the timer is ticking already. Now, first of all, I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen for being here today with us despite your busy schedule. And we also have online streaming, so I would like to thank those who are viewing us as well. Now, today, I would like to discuss the topic of the future of development finance in Korea. Now, this is the content of my presentation. First, the global economic context and its implications, to be followed by the status of development finance in Korea, followed by the future of development finance in Korea. Now, first of all, the global economic context, the economic trends, as well as their implications. Now, of course, the Vice Minister and also the moderator have mentioned that because of the prolonged pandemic, the UNDP up until 2030, in terms of the SDG fulfillment, they have estimated that we need $4.2 trillion in addition for development finance. Now, when we look at the PowerPoint slide, then before COVID-19, it was $2.5 trillion. And so this was the shortfall or the financing gap. But then now, because of the prolonged pandemic, the finance gap has grown to $4.2 trillion, indicating an increase by 70%. Now, the recent Russia-Ukrainian war and the supply disruptions, and actually this number does not account for such geopolitical issues or the supply chain disruptions, so it is quite likely that this number is going to increase. And then also on this slide, then it shows that the debt levels in developing countries are increasing, with increasing risk of default in some countries. The World Bank, there was an announcement by the World Bank in June this year saying that about 20% of the developing countries will not be able to recover back to the pre-COVID level until next year. And then on this graph, it shows the level of ODA for the past decade, which has been pretty much flat. But then, compared to that, the foreign direct investment, now it has gone up considerably last year, all the way up to over $830 billion in terms of the FDI. So we see that not just in terms of the development finance, what we need is also private participation. And also, I believe that down the road, the development finance role in development cooperation is going to keep growing. Now then, what is the current status of the development finance? If I may first give you the definition of development finance. Now, it can be broadly defined as the use of public sector resources to facilitate private sector investment in low and middle income countries, especially where the risks are too high to attract purely private capital and where the investment is expected to have a positive development impact on the host country. So the development finance is a bit different from ODA in that it also seeks returns, and it also seeks development impact and bears some risks as well. So in that sense, it is also different from commercial finance. Now then, currently, in case of the infrastructure projects, now we have been focused more on the government-to-government cooperation, and because of this, there have been low use of diverse tools. And because of this, in terms of the Korean development finance, I would say that the purely development finance is in shortfall. So, and also because of the differences in the developing countries' borrowing capability, for example, because of the debt levels. So on one hand, we see that the infrastructure demand is growing and the developing countries' borrowing capability is low. So that means that we have a big shortfall in the development finance. And now, on one hand, there is a need for the development finance, and also there are also areas where there are high returns, but then there are also gray areas. So where the profit is low and the risk is also there. So we see that, so on one hand, we have the ODA, such as the concessional loans and grants, and then there are also private resources, but then there are the gray areas where there are profits, but also a bit of a risk, and it is in this area where we have to promote development finance further. So let me focus on that a little bit. So this is about the future of the development finance in Korea. Now, I do believe that in order to strengthen development cooperation, we need to also strengthen development finance. So for the MOEF, it will try to strengthen the role of development finance by fulfilling the three policy directions. First is to build the capacity for development finance. Second is to strengthen international cooperation on development finance. And third is raising awareness for development finance. Now, today at this global conference, I hope that we will be able to have more in-depth discussion regarding strengthening of the development finance with the relevant organizations and experts. Now let me give you some examples. Now on the left-hand side, what you see is the development cooperation and also development finance and how it can create synergy with existing financial tools. So on the far left-hand side, then there is the grant agencies, and so for example, KSP and the KOICA, and they also provide feasibility study. And then also with the public lending agents like the EDC, which is high concessional loans. So together with these different instruments, we can provide a financial package by reducing the risks for the private sector, encouraging their participation. And then on the right-hand side, we believe that by providing and by strengthening our development cooperation, we can also participate in global standard setting. And especially, we can work together with other donor countries to identify promising projects and continue to strengthen our networks with other countries. So far, that has been the status of development finance in Korea against the international economic context and the future of development finance in Korea, and also how the development finance is different from ODA. And I also talked about the planned future path of development finance in Korea. Thank you very much for your attention, and I do hope for your ongoing interest and support for development finance in Korea as well. Thank you very much.
예, 김 국장님.
Thank you very much, Director General Kim. So that was Director General Kim discussing the future plan and the strategy for development finance. Thank you very much.
Next, we'd like to turn to Professor Hyuk Jung. I hope that you will also stick to your time limit as well as Director General Kim has.
네, 안녕하세요. 서울.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hyuk Jung from Seoul National University. The key points that I would like to discuss today on development finance is on development effectiveness. There have been many discussions, and there are currently ongoing many discussions on development financing, but I don't think there are very clear concepts on development finance that exist here at the Republic of Korea. So before I begin, I would like to talk about how the framework of development cooperation is equated with ODA, which I believe is a misconception. And another thing is that development finance is one aspect or one of many different development cooperation options, but people try to conflate the two together and think that one is the same as the other, which is also, in my opinion, a mistake. Before development finance, we had the concept of financing for development context. And this expression, financing for development, has gone through repeated iterations of different discussions before it became established. In fact, at the 2002 Monterey meeting, there was a proposal on the 1.7% threshold of development assistance, and that was when there was mention that private sector participation would be very important. And because of that, we have to promote an investment climate or go beyond that and also try to create conditions that allow for doing business. And then at the Addis Ababa meeting, there was how transition to SDGs. And because of the rise of the SDGs, we had the discussion that we have to expand the scale of development financing because there are many different goals that we would like to achieve with SDGs. And this means that we need active expansion of the scale of development cooperation. And then there was also active discussion of development finance as well. What you see on the left hand and right hand chart, you would see that the blue represents ODA. On the left hand, the blue represents ODA, and you can see that it remains pretty flat. But non-ODA areas are actively increasing. On the right hand chart, you would see it's a very recent pie chart. And you can see the breakdown of the composition where 15% is ODA and over 80% are non-ODA assistance. From the perspective of development effectiveness, we all have heard that established economics literature have said that economic growth is important. Historically, if we look at the trajectory of economic growth, this allows for poverty reduction. And there is evidence of this if you take a look at these charts. And the historical data on economic growth, if we take a look at this, this means that the bottom 20% quintile of the income group would also rise together with overall economic growth. And this is actual data that we were able to see over the years. This is why we can look at development from different points of view, but economic growth would have to be at the core of all development cooperation for development assistance to be effective and for development itself to be effective, and for us to try to create a growth engine for economic growth. Of course, there are many empirical studies that talk about the different sources of this, but in the 2013 World Bank report, they said that for job creation, 9 out of 10 jobs come from the private sector, and economic growth without job creation is not sustainable. And this means, naturally, that private sector participation would be very important, that the focus needs to be on the private sector. And that is why, if we look at economics literature, that when there is access to financial sector, or expanded access to financial sector, that we can have economic growth. King 11 have said that there are growth effects, and Greenwood and Jovanovic have said that there is also financial access would lead to a deepening of this effect. And I have also worked with Professor Townsend of MIT, and in our joint research, we're able to prove that expanded access to the financial sector is directly linked to productivity growth. This productivity growth is the core, it's the foundation of long-term growth. So if we look at all these different empirical findings together, this expanded access to the financial sector, or many different instruments and policies that allow for this, would fundamentally decrease and reduce poverty, and in this, the private sector would play a very important role. Of all of this, today we're talking about DF, for development finance, and the different financial institutions and policy instruments that are used under the umbrella of DF is very specific. That is to say, there are some key features regarding this. For example, there's public sector DF would be encompassed under ODA, but DFI is something that is focused on the private sector. And this means that we also have to entertain the notion of risk absorption and how we can expand the scope. And these are some of the, and how we can make an impact on development. And these are some of the key features of DF. So there is this idea that DF is non-ODA, but it's also not independent of ODA, that this should go in tandem with public ODA. And then there are many different instruments of DF that exist out there. But development finance is particularly noteworthy because there are two benefits of DF. One is flexibility. Development finance can be very flexible depending on your objective. And the other benefit is that, in terms of size and scope, it is very expandable. If we look at different DF projects, in fact, I was able to look at DFI, 11 of the DFI projects that are out there. And of the 17 SDG goals, about 10 of the goals can be directly linked to these DFI projects that I was able to study. And on complementarity, because I already discussed this, I would like to skip that slide as well. On flexibility, I think that Director General Kim illustrated this using a different PowerPoint and different data, but there's many different kinds of spectrum. There's many different elements in the spectrum. So here you would see loan rate and the maximum risk. But for those low loan rate but high concessionality but low risk would be ODA. But on the far right, you would see high risk but high loan rate, which are commercial banks. But in the middle, there are many different kinds of financial instruments that do exist in the middle of this spectrum. This area in the middle, where there are insufficient participation, we need to see more P2P financing here, because for those projects that are really developmentally effective, they are located in the middle of the spectrum, and this is what DF needs to come in and apply itself to. Again, on flexibility, there are many different instruments that exist out there, as has been mentioned by Director General Kim, but should it be tied or untied? There are many different kinds of delivery mechanisms, and because of that, DF is not very much fixed, and that means that we can make it very flexible depending on the project, depending on the outcome we want. In terms of profitability, we looked at 5 and 2 new FinLabs, 5 DFIs and 2 FinLabs, and we were able to see the levels of profitability. So it's not always going to be in the plus when there's a COVID pandemic or global shock. The DFIs would go in the red. But the DFIs can absorb the shock because these are not just purely driven by profit. The DFI's development finance is not, strictly speaking, just assistance, because if we look at the level of growth from the 1990s to 2015 ODA saw an ROI of 2%, whereas DFI was 5%. And in fact, post-SDG period of DFI growth rate turned to 10%. And if this continues on, 10 years later, DFI would outsize and outsurpass ODA. So this means that DFI is not just a complementary role to ODA, that this could be a major portion of DF. So it is unfortunate that Korea does not have a DFI of its own. For about 10 years, I have been constantly shouting into the void that we need to create our own DFI. But in any case, I think that it is the time is right for us to create a DFI. And the reason for this, an important reason, is the development of finance delivery depending on the different continents and how this is compared against other public-private contributions and private mobilization. So this is the size of funds. As you can see, Professor Chung, you have about 10 seconds. You can see that in East Asia and Pacific, we can see the highest scale of DF. However, unfortunately, in the Asia Pacific, there are no DFIs that exist. So I think that the Republic of Korea can play a leadership role in this aspect. And another is that DF is not just a way for development cooperation. There are other roles that DF can play. Through financial cooperation, we can also create a platform for policy dialogue with our partners, whether it be the COVID pandemic or this DFI coalition played a very important role in providing aid to those countries that are stricken by COVID 19 the hardest. And it can also be a way to transform geopolitical issues into geo-economic issues. And this is another great benefit of DF and development cooperation. And for the rest of my remarks, I'd like to keep that for the discussion. Thank you.
예, 정 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. I'm sorry that I had to cut you and interrupt you in the middle of your presentation. I'm sure you have much more that you wanted to add, and we would like to hear that later in the panel discussion. We now like to turn to our three panelists for their response. First of all, to Director General Won. I know that at MOFA, there are many different development finance projects that are underway. Can you tell us a little bit more on how it relates to development cooperation and how it also relates to existing ODA projects?
양해해 주시면 마스크 좀
Again, with your understanding, I would like to speak without the mask on. Now, first of all, Director General Kim and Professor Chung, thank you very much for the excellent presentations. Now, as the presenters have mentioned, now in order to address the development finance shortfall, then we need to mobilize private capital. So I do believe that there is a global consensus regarding this need, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic and because of the combination or the complex crises. Now the development demand to meet SDGs is increasing, but the supply keeps falling. And also from the UNDG or at discussions in other international community, the issue of development resource is an important topic. Now regarding the presentations just given, I would just like to provide a brief set of comments. Now first, in terms of the linkage with the ODA. Now on one hand, yes, we need to mobilize private resource, but still the public resource has to play the role of a catalyst. I'm sure that this is a point that we all agree on. And even if we introduce development finance, still so even if we strengthen the development cooperation, then the development finance will continue to be very important, and we need to make sure that there can be synergy between the ODA and the various sources of development finance. And as Professor Chung has mentioned, now with regards to the private sector and private capital mobilization, risk management would be very important. So in order to make sure that we can manage risks, then we also have to actively utilize the diplomatic corps in overseas diplomatic missions. I believe that it is very important to utilize our overseas network to manage risks. And second point that I would like to make is about the development objective. So when we try to mobilize the private sector capital, then what would be the objectives? And that would be to help fight poverty in partner countries and to help their economic growth. Now for rather than the lowest income countries, I believe that it would be in the middle income countries where the private sector is more developed, where we will be utilizing more private sector participation as well. So in this process, we also have to make sure that the low income countries will not be left out. And of course, there is a discussion regarding such development finance at many levels of international community. And I also believe that it is important for us to keep up with the discussions and also to streamline our own institutions and regulations so that they will also be in line. Last is about the development cooperation overall. So not just about the development finance, but I believe that it is important to continue to build up the capability in the partner countries. So for ODA as well, I believe that it is important to induce participation from the private sector, and COICA also has been making efforts in that direction. So from 2010, in order to strengthen the development efficiency, it has been working together with many different startups in Korea. So this is the innovative development cooperation that we have been working on. And then also we have been working together with the overseas organizations, and we are also providing support to the social ventures in other countries together with the venture capital of Korea. So down the road, COICA will continue to induce private sector participation so that we will be able to mobilize private finance in different developing countries' development needs. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Director Won.
우리나라 개발연수 정책
Next, we would like to hear from someone who is responsible for coordinating across the government sector on different development-related policies. Now I'd like to hear from Director General Kang. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I think that DF is not an easy topic, and I'm going to restrict my remarks to the extent of my knowledge. For the growth of ODA, we still have not been able to touch upon some subjects such as diversification of development funds. So it is actually quite encouraging that we have a whole conference set aside to discuss a DF. My understanding is that for a DF, we would source private finance, provide many different kinds of financial products, and allow for the different projects to have marketability. And this means that risk hedging would be the key. And from our office, at the Office for Government Policy Coordination, we look at ODA and DF together, and our perspective and our stance is that we have to work on both development cooperation and ODA. My understanding is that the two speakers before me have done an excellent job covering off the different topics. I believe that right now DF is a very important issue for Korean ODA because Korean ODA is at a point where it has to be accelerated and sophisticated both in terms of size and quality, and I think that DF can play a role in that. As you know, ODA is under constant debate on what is the right size is and what is the right quality is. But because of its characteristics, it's not difficult to rate its performance. And because these ODA projects are typically done very far away, it's not easy to evaluate them. So we need to maximize performance. But because we can't do that, we try to maximize the budget instead. And in that process, there is also this mention of the tragedy of the commons and other different kinds of inefficiencies that occur. For the private sector to participate in ODA, because there is the risk that you are entering a developing country where there is a lot of uncertainty, this leads to lots of risk. And there's the question that we have to hedge against this risk. But that is why, for DF, this would be an ideal option for us, that we can hedge the risk to a certain degree. With the public sector can do so, and the private sector can participate in terms of funding. And this means that public-private sector can be a check on each other, and this would ultimately boost the quality, the overall quality of development finance. Under the new administration, the new direction set forward for ODA deals with how ODA projects going forward will be packaged, and that it would be large scale so that it can lead to actual significant impact for the recipient country. That is why The MOEF and MOFA are looking at different package deals, but the Office for Government Policy Coordination has a separate committee set aside to look at possible and identify possible package projects which would bring together different forms of aid, but also try to provide a very dimensional kind of support, bringing in different stakeholders from Korea to try to lead to higher development effectiveness. But in this package, I think that DF cooperation is also very important because, as I mentioned before, with the government's participation, we can hedge against the risk somewhat. So, in this kind of package, as I mentioned before, the government and other international organizations stationed here in Korea, as well as private sector funds, can also be packaged together and structured. And through DF, we can risk the hedge to a certain degree so that we can bring in and encourage more private sector participation that would ultimately lead to a bigger pot that can be invested in the recipient countries. Because finance, it's a way to bridge the gap. And I know that development finance is also a way to bridge the gap. And we talk about a package. There are many different elements and components that go into a project, and we are going to be integrating them together. And in this process of integration, there could be certain gaps that occur along the way, but these different financial products can bridge the gaps, which would allow us to promote the projects. And the financial projects can be like a glue that would glue the whole package together. So that is why these finance could be a way for us to bridge these gaps. That is why this is a very important option for us. The last message that I want to say is that development finance is very important and we need it, but we also need a lot of buy-in because it's a new kind of institution. There is decreased support for ODA. And because DF falls under the development cooperation umbrella, I think that we need to try to have more consensus building around DF, and that is why this global conference is also very important in that regard. Going forward, our office will continue to work actively in promoting that kind of discourse. Thank you.
예, 강 국장님 좋은 토론 감사.
Thank you very much for the excellent comments. And now I would like to ask Mr. Kwon to deliver your discussion for about 4 to 5 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. I am from the Center for International Development Cooperation under the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Now, my center is fairly new, and from this center, we also discuss policy. Well, we conduct policy research and evaluation together with the MOEF, as well as the Office for Government Policy Coordination as well. So now I am here as a discussant, and I can see that the two presentations are quite timely, and also I believe that they have very well defined the justification and the need to expand development finance. Now, of course, the SDGs, there have been a lot of goals that have been set, but then I believe that what is the most important is the development resource. And the ODA, how we measure ODA has also gone through quite a lot of changes. So, of course, we had discussed the need for like DAF or the development finance, but then so far it was about the net disbursement, but now it's about the grant equivalent. So, for example, the interest differentiated by the income level. So what is important is if it contributes to development, then it is counted as ODA. And that is why, so this shows that we now recognize the importance of development finance even more, and perhaps a bit belated, but still, I do believe that we need to continue to deal with development resource or development finance as an important key topic, at least until 2030. Now, so far it was mostly in the form of concessional loans, but then now we have to broaden the approaches or the modalities to low concessional loans or other types of financial instruments. And I believe that what is needed now is to make sure that we can provide greater diversity of financial instruments as well as services. Now, for this purpose, we need to first improve the development finance governance. Now, for the short term, the Korea Exim Bank being in charge of concessional loans, so they would have to first strengthen their capability and also streamline organization so that they can have the practical framework to implement the development finance. And for the longer term, for the medium term, then let's say for the DFC or the US and also other organizations, as mentioned by Professor Jung, so we would also have to think about in establishing other types of organizations that are needed. And also for the longer term, then, because like Germany and Japan, we also have a lot of loans, so perhaps we can also benchmark this and establish something like an international development cooperation bank. So we need to strengthen the development finance governance. So as we continue to review this possibility, we also need to lay the framework to promote development finance as well. And then now in terms of the support, now from the Office for Government Policy Coordination, so they also have the hub countries. And so from phases 1 to 3, so now we have over 20 countries. So in this as well, we also need to make improvements. So for example, the large to middle scale infrastructure in middle income countries. So for example, between like $100 million or, but then, so that is about the size today. But then I believe that if we are also to expand the loans as well as the development finance, for example, up to like $200 million, then we also need to complement the EDCF with, let's say, market resource or private sector resource. So I believe that in such a case, then we would have to divide the key partner countries into at least two groups. So for example, key strategic countries where we can have such a large-scale infrastructure support, and we can streamline the application process and also target more support for them. In other words, we can select the countries that can bring about greater impact and have something like a demonstration project in these countries as well. And right now, having 26 countries, I believe that that is too heavy a load. And also, for different agencies or ministries, the key partner countries are different. So perhaps what we need to do is to come up with this kind of a financial package for the fewer key partner countries. But then, of course, there are some constraints, particularly two constraints. The first is about the interest support. And so we have also made the provisions to provide interest support, but then we eliminated the loss support provisions. So we also need to make up for this in order to promote private sector capital. And second is, now it is about the tied aid. And according to the OECD standard, then for the low income countries, or except for the export credit, other than them, the tied aid comes with strict conditions. So if we are to promote development finance, then we also need to make improvement on the tied aid conditions so that we can provide greater array of development finance. Thank you very much for the comments.
건설적인
So I think that the three panelists have provided constructive feedback, and I would like to turn to Director General Kim for any additional comments that she would like to say in response to what the panelists have said.
권율 소장
Well, then, Mr. Kwon was very enthusiastic, and so I believe that he has said most of the important things. Then also the two director generals, they have also talked about how the ministries and also the different organizations are working well, quite organically. So I'm sure that you have also felt and heard that here. Now, for the development finance, what we are thinking about is now, for example, China with the One Belt, One Road, and now they also have the Global Development Initiative as well, and then also the US PGIA, so that is the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. So we see that the infrastructure area, it has also become an area of interest in terms of economic security. So I see that the infrastructure has also become a field of competition or cooperation or win-win. So of course, Korea will be taking part in the IPEF, and I believe that we also have to expand our cooperation in global infrastructure as well. So for that, then we would have to strengthen our cooperation with major countries, and we would also have to utilize our networks in other countries as well. Then how to go about doing that would be the question. And of course, in order to strengthen our development finance capability, well, I believe an important thing was mentioned, and that is about consensus building. So we need to first build a consensus about the need for development finance, and then also the development demand and the shortfall, and also what was mentioned earlier. So for example, for the large-scale infrastructure, yes, of course, not the government budget alone will not suffice in supporting that. Then how are we going to mobilize private resources as well? Of course, on one hand, we have to utilize loans, and then also in terms of the interest support, then the EDCF is utilized. But then we should veer away from the existing practice of reliance on loans, but also, for example, equity investment. So equity investment could be one way, and also guarantees could be another. In other words, we would have to look into diversity of financial instruments, and also what was mentioned earlier, the blended finance. So there's EDCF and EDPF and the export credit. So if we can provide such financial package, then it will increase the size as well as the diversity in the projects that we can support. So we can develop these different types of packages, and then also in terms of the risk management, how important it is to manage risks in the developing countries. That is also very important. So for example, the DFC, we can also learn from them about risk management, because we need to build up the expertise in risk management. So by doing so, we can continue to monitor the risks and also try to address them whenever they arise with the relevant organizations. So through these various ideas, we will continue to develop our development finance. That is our plan. Thank you very much, Director General Kim. And yes, I look forward to more development to come in development finance in Korea.
하실 말씀이
Next, I believe that Professor Chung would have something that he would like to add. What are some of the things that we would have to consider in terms of comparing ourselves with the DFIs of the advanced economies? The panelists have raised some excellent points. And particularly, Director General Won of MOFA talked about risk management and how perhaps the consulates and the embassies in the field can play a very important role, and I do agree with that. In Europe, DFIs, when it comes to risk management, they look at different areas such as refugee crisis. So when they receive information regarding refugee status, this is something that the local consulates and embassies can provide. And this kind of intelligence is very important. And you talked about how the Office for Government Policy Coordination and MOFA and MOEF, they all work together. And I think that that is also very helpful in terms of risk mitigation. But one thing that I would like to add is that for these DFIs or development finance institutions, I think that there is a need for independent DFIs because this is not just about expanding the different facilities for finance, but there needs to be an independent kind of platform that can exist outside of the existing organizations to oversee the management of these facilities. So I don't know if we can have actual results if we just use existing organizations and add a function to what they're already doing. And yes, we have to increase the size of the funding, but what is really important is development effectiveness. And DFIs are important because in terms of national strategy, they can play a role. And unless development effectiveness is guaranteed, then I don't think that the development cooperation that is being done at the national level would not work. So if I were to provide an example as a final conclusion to my thoughts, for DFC in the United States, there's a very interesting bureau inside called the Indo-Pacific Team. For DFC, in 2017, when it was spun out of OFIC, in the background, there are many different congressmen and women who were talking about China strategy. And that is how and that was part of the debate. And if that was just the only important discussion without the aspect of development effectiveness, then this strategy would not have worked. So we have to ask ourselves where this financial mechanism would be expanded. And unless we have a framework that can make this possible and enable this, unless we have a DFI, an independent kind of institution, then it would be difficult for us to see a lot of effectiveness, because if with just an added function to an existing bureau or department, it would not be enough. Thank you very much, Professor Chung. We've just heard from 5 presenters and panelists. We talked about different issues related to DF, but I think that we have all come to a common understanding when it comes to the important objective of DF to allow for poverty reduction in low-income countries. That should be our priority focus, and also society, education, healthcare. These are some of the aspects in the developing nations that we have to also prioritize. We also have a lot of development cooperation experts and finance experts, but perhaps we don't have a lot of experts on development finance. So perhaps the Graduate School for International Studies, where Professor Jung is in, perhaps you can work hard to nurture new talent on development finance. And the other panelists here today can also work on how we can build upon the know-how of advanced economies. Through these discussions today, I believe that DF here in Korea has been raised to a new level, and I hope that this would allow for concrete policies in the future. With this, we conclude the first session. Thank you very much to all of our speakers and our panelists and all the participants here today. Thank you.
Thank you, moderators, speakers, and panelists. The first question was very informative and it opened up the conference. Thank you for providing a comprehensive overview on Korea's efforts so far on development and clarifying the difference between development finance and the traditional ODA. It also emphasized the need for development finance and a development finance institution to promote private sector participation by managing risks so that we can be closer to the SDGs. Thank you again for all your presentations and participations. And now it's time to move on to session 2, which is going to be on case examples of global development finance. In this session, we're going to look at the latest business trends of international organizations and overseas development financial institutions. This session will be moderated by Mr. Hee-nam Choi, former chairman and CEO of Korea Investment Corporation. Please welcome the moderator, speakers, and panelists to the floor, please. Please give them a big round of applause. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction. Good afternoon. I'm Hinam Choi. I'm very honored to be a moderator for this session. First of all, I appreciate the Ministry of Economy and Finance organizing the Global Conference on Development Finance. As you know, the UN Addis Ababa Action Agenda, Quarter 4A, on financing development is a critical juncture. It was already off track before COVID-19, and there is a very real risk that it will be even further off course without bold corrective action. In this context, it's very timely and important to have a conference on developed finance. At the first session, we learned how to strengthen Korea's role in development finance in terms of diversifying development finance tools. Now at this session, we will review case examples of global development finance and share views on how Korea can strengthen its cooperation with the global DFIs and how to set up a right DFI model for itself in the future. We have now two speakers. First speaker is Peter Timmy, Director of DEG. Second speaker is Ms. Gemma Shakristan, CIO of IDB. And it's very lucky to have 6 more panelists in this field. Mr. Garrett Pinaut of FMO, and Mr. Douglas Midland, US DFC, and Ms. Jiyeon Ryu from IFC, and Jae-young Jin from MIGA, and Ms. Claire Kawawaki from ADB, and Tae-young Jung, Professor, Yonsei University. The rule of session is to each speaker present his view for 10 minutes, and there will be 40 minutes panel discussion. Then first speaker is Peter from DEG. He's going to give a presentation by online. Okay. Peter, floor is yours, please.
Oh, thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I'm much honored to be able to be on this conference today, the International Conference regarding Development in Seoul. I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings from Cologne, from DEG. Today actually is the day of our 60th birthday, so we have been around for 60 years. I was asked, and I would very much like to do so, to shortly introduce DEG and what we do. So what we think is, and it was discussed earlier before, that we need to provide more than finance. We need to shape transformation by financing and advising forward-looking private companies and financial service providers to implement high-impact and climate-friendly investments. And this we do with long-term financing and advisory services. Let me shortly introduce DEG. We are part of KfW, the German Development Bank, and we are the part of the bank that provides private sector funds, provides funds to private sector entrepreneurs in developing countries. We have business all over the world with all over the developing world with a portfolio today of roughly 10 billion euros, spread out between Latin America, Africa, Asia, and the Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Turkey, etc. region. What are the offers that we present? We have solutions for mostly any financing need, starting with secured loans and going all through, as was discussed earlier, into more riskier instruments, going into subordinate loans, but also, and that is a larger part of our business today with roughly 30%, the equity participation, either by hedge, but more often in open equity participation. There is a slight value added element as well by business support services, where next to our commercially orientated loans and financial instruments, we also provide business support services and a smaller array of promotional programs. Also, and that is my job here, and we provide syndications and provide a larger partnership, and looking forward to participating in partnering also with Korea's institutions. A very important part of our management is to also check whether or not we are effective in what we want to do and we want to achieve impact above all. So we have a DERA tool, DEG's Development Effectiveness Rating tool, which measures around the SDGs what we actually can achieve. So there are 5 categories. We have decent jobs. Providing jobs is one of the main topics that we see, by providing local income, but also, and very importantly, providing market and sector development by finding the right entrepreneurs to finance. We also are looking into the environmental stewardship and the community benefits that we can see. One very important part of our business here is also to look at the climate finance part, or financing climate positive projects or adaptation projects where we can find them. Let me, for example, say that 76% of DG's customers have shown successful economic development and combated poverty. 90% have created local income or new and fair jobs, looking at SDG 8. 20% of our customers are also in the field of the renewable energy, and 67 our projects and companies are innovative or financial institutions that provide targeted support to SMEs. And that is one of the important things, that we are trying to reach SMEs as well. And 3.4 million actually SMEs gained finance through our instruments in 2021. One other point that I would like to point out is that 61% of DG's customers operate in difficult markets. And I think that is one of the most important part of a DFI, that we operate in those markets where the commercial banking sector cannot go because of regulatory or other constraints. I would like to touch, as the final bit of my presentation today here from Cologne, on a few examples. What does this actually mean? So one business sector that we have is the financial sector. We use the financial sector as a multiplier to reach the SMEs I talked about earlier. And so here, our loan is the equity bank, went to the equity bank in Kenya. It's a fully fledged commercial bank and part of the largest financial group in Africa. And it is a pioneering force for the Kenyan financial sector, with looking at digitalized private customer business and around 80% of transactions processed via mobile banking. And we have provided them in 2019 with a 100 million loan syndicated with other partners, of which we provided 30. And in 2020, another 100 million loan, providing full access to the SME sector. And thereby, they were able to expand their SME business through our long-term refinancing and ensuring liquidity and safeguarding local jobs during and after the coronavirus pandemic. Another example is maybe going away from the financial sector, from the multiplicating side, to the actual business on the ground, is La Cooperativa de Productores in Dos Pinos in Costa Rica. It's a dairy cooperative founded in 1947 with more than 1,300 medium-sized local farmers, and they're processing raw milk and distribution of dairy products in Central America and the Caribbean. In 2021, we provided a loan of 19 million to improve their liquidity during the coronavirus pandemic, but also through our business support services, we increased the resource efficiency of the production processes, thereby enabling them to be more sustainable and have a responsible corporate growth, at the same time modernizing and expanding their production facilities, and thereby being able to take more product and produce from the local farmers and raising their income by providing them to a larger market. The third example is one from your region of the world in Southeast Asia, by providing capital to equity, in this case to a fintech startups through the fund manager Integra Partners, which the customer here is investing in fintech startups in Southeast Asia, successfully qualified as a 2x challenge investor, providing more access to finance also for female entrepreneurs, which we also found to be a large gap. The equity as such is a very scarce commodity in the developing world, but the funding gap to female entrepreneurs is even larger. So this fund actually directly targets this group. We invested with 8 million as an anchor investor, and introduced, and that is something that we very often, or most often do, always in the funds, introduce an environmental and social management system. As I said, the promotion of female entrepreneurship is very important for this fund and for us. And we are also, through this investment, contributed to technology-enabled financial and health inclusion, creating good employment opportunities in the world. My last example here is the power sector, solar power in the Caribbean, by a project with Monte Cristi Solar. This is one of the largest solar farms in the Caribbean. And here we actually have a Germany-based company involved, both as project developer and investor. This is maybe important to say, as due to also the discussions you had earlier, that in our case we don't have a tied finance. We are able to finance projects and companies all over the world from the countries of their origin. But of course, we also love to finance German parties, which make up, say, 10 to 15% of our customer base. And here we arranged a long-term loan of 60 million, providing around 20 million, providing the finance for a new solar plant in the Dominican Republic, providing green electricity for up to 100,000 households, and saving thereby 108,000 tons of CO2 per year, as well as creating 300 jobs during the production period. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation and look forward to the discussion and very much hope I could bring you across a little bit of what DEG does and who DEG is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Happy birthday, 60s. And thank you for sharing the case example of the DEG. And it's quite impressive to show DEG's commitment in terms of achieving SDGs. So it's very a good presentation. Next speaker is Gemma from IDB. She will share
네, 다음으로는 IDB 측의 최고 투자 책임자
in IDB's projects. And her presentation will be was pre-recorded, and due to time difference. Yep.
Hello, my name is Gemma Sacristan, the Chief Investment Officer of IDB Invest, the private sector bank of the Inter-American Development Bank. I would like to start by thanking the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea for inviting me to participate in the Global Conference on Development Finance to share my views about climate finance in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a fact, the world is becoming warmer as a result of human activities. This steady increase in global temperature results in more frequent and more intense natural disasters that affect global economies and socio-economic development. Climate change is a global challenge that requires ambitious actions and solutions to reach the Paris Agreement goals of maintaining global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius, ensuring countries become resilient to the impact of climate change, and the global resources support this objective. To address this challenge, the time to act is now. For Latin America and the Caribbean, the physical impact of climate change is already alarming. According to projections by Climate Central, if no action is taken by year 2100, cities such as Buenos Aires, Guayaquil, and Cartagena could be underwater. A substantial share of fresh water in the Amazon could be replaced by salt water, and 17 million people could be displaced by climate change. The momentum to act for climate change has been building for quite some time and has been accelerated by the pandemic. Early climate change conversation date to the early 17th at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environmental in Stockholm in 1972. However, it was really in 1992, during the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, where this topic was brought to the fore. Commitments for climate actions were established and increasing in their ambition as this agenda continues to grow more relevant. A key milestone is the COP21 in 2015, where the first universal and binding agreement was achieved for climate actions, the Paris Agreement. More recently, there is an increased awareness of the sense of urgency for climate actions, not only by the civilian population and climate activism, but also a greater number of companies are raising their climate ambition goals. And what is interesting to know is that it is also being driven by the financial sector and investors. The countries' level of commitments continue on the rise, as more countries commit to achieve net zero goals, totaling 197 countries as of today. Last year, during the COP26 in Glasgow, several milestones occurred, including recognizing the key role of adaptation and financing, as well as the Paris Rule Book, which established guidelines for a full implementation of the Paris Agreement and for carbon markets. In 2022, the conflict in Ukraine is also affecting the climate agenda. The increase in prices of fossil fuels has reduced the competitiveness of renewable energy sources, presenting a dilemma for ESG investors. This year's COP27 will be held in Egypt in November, also called by some of the implementation COP. It has generated great expectations as it will focus on the implementation of the Paris Agreement, adaptation, as well as seeking mechanisms to align financial flows for its implementation. This raising ambition and implementation translate into opportunities that will therefore require climate financing. According to a recent study by McKinsey, to reach net zero emissions, global capital investment in fixed assets between 2021 and 2050 should reach $9.2 billion a year. In LAC alone, the opportunity for climate investment is massive. It is estimated that to reach the goals established in the Paris Agreement, climate investments needed amount to be US dollars 1.3 billion a year, equivalent between 7 and 19 of the region GDP. It is worth noting that these investments are not necessarily a cost, because taking climate actions could be less costly than taking no action altogether. In fact, the decarbonization in Latin America and the Caribbean could result in savings of around $600 million a year. Climate actions can be delivered as mitigation or adaptation measures. Both have economic and financial impacts, but in different ways. Mitigation measures aim to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, while adaptation measures reduce exposure and vulnerability to climate change effects on the population and the economies. Both aspects are important for the socioeconomic development. Mitigation efforts can offer economic opportunities to improve competitiveness and productivity due to technological advances and the reductions of energy consumptions, and therefore the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation and resilience to climate change, however, is a key priority for LAC, for Latin America and the Caribbean, to sustain its economic growth given the region's high vulnerability. At the ADB Group, the climate change agenda is ambitious and a top priority. Climate change action is one of the 5 strategic priorities in our institutional strategy called 2025 Vision. In the context of Glasgow COP26, the ADB Group established a commitment to reach 40% of green and climate finance for our investment portfolio, as well as to be Paris-aligned by 2023. Working together with LAC governments, IDB supports the necessary reforms and investments for the climate and energy transition via technical assistance and financing to support countries in the region. At IDB Invest, we support private sector companies to implement mitigation and adaptation measures through financial and non-financial products tailored to their needs. We help our clients to identify current and future climate risk in the uptake of new climate smart technologies, as well as to unveil and access new markets. We also partner with investors to mobilize resources via innovative financing structures, such as ESG bonds and B bonds for sustainable infrastructure. I would like to now take a look at financial products available for climate financing. There is a wide array of financial products that can be classified as private debt and public market products. Within the private debt category, there are green instruments for microfinance institutions, green financial products for individuals, for example, for greenhousing and electric car, and for companies. More recently, we have also seen the emergence of sustainability-linked loans. In the public market, the green, sustainable and sustainable-linked bonds have been assured in the last year, with the sovereigns driving this growth, but with an increasing interest from companies worldwide. So, what is IDB Invest doing to support this important agenda? Our value proposition consists on three main pillars: tailored financial products financed by our own capital and or with blended finance resources, market and client level advisory services, and mobilization services. We also offer capacity building and knowledge to the markets and clients we serve. From 2016 to date, IDB Invest has financed a total of $6.9 billion in climate finance, in long and short-term financing, and mobilized $5.2 billion. In 2021, climate financing represented 31% of our medium and long-term investments. In terms of impact, our projects have contributed to avoid 600 million metric tons of CO2 and to remove more than 13 million cars from circulation and install more than 4.7 thousand megawatts in installed power generation from renewable energy sources. Examples of projects we have supported providing innovative solutions for our clients through climate financings are the following. The first example is the Providencia and Capella solar plants operated by Neoen in El Salvador, in Central America. IDB Invest financed the construction of the plants and provided $11 million in concessional resources for the financing of 2 new energy storage batteries. The batteries are expected to reduce 5,000 metric tons of CO2 this year, as they displace the backup plants that operate on fossil fuels and that are required by the Salvadorian electricity grid. In this case, the resources from the Canadian Climate Fund for the Americas allowed the structuring of a flexible repayment scheme linked to the savings in operating costs resulting from the energy storage batteries. A second example is the 9.5 million financing to Sigora in IT, including funds from the Clean Technology Fund that supports the expansion of the provision of microgrids combining solar panels, wind turbines and batteries, providing service to rural communities without the need for a generation source in each house. Sigora IT is a replicable model to provide electricity services of a quality that is currently not available in the country, especially in rural areas. A third example is the first transaction ever designed to monetize decarbonization with ENGIE in Chile. The $120 million financial package supports the construction and operation of a 51 megawatts wind farm. The innovation in these deals comes from the structuring of a pilot financial instruments to accelerate decarbonization, but monetizing the displacements of greenhouse gas emissions when closing thermoelectric coal plants early and replacing that with clean technology projects. The future is in our hands. We know that we need to do, and we know that will happen if we don't take climate change seriously. From the IDB Group, we call on countries, businesses and individuals to act and to do what is in our hands to solve the challenges posed by climate change. With the right policies, investments and behaviours, we have the opportunity to shape a green and sustainable recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gemma. Since she pre-recorded her presentation, she cannot join our panel discussion. Anyway, Gemma shared IDB's experience in mobilizing private capital, especially in climate finance. Thank you, Gemma, again. Now we are going to have a panel discussion. I'm going to make a few questions to panelists. But as we see, today we have 3 bilateral DFIs from Germany, Netherlands, and US, and 3 multilateral DFIs, IFC, MIGA, ADB, and Professor Zhang. So I'm going to classify my question. My first question goes to bilateral DFIs. I know the first DFI is BII, British International Investment, previously CDC, the UK's DFI in 1948. Since then, Europe, there are now 15 DFIs and very active in Sub-Saharan Africa region. On the other hand, in North America, there are 2 DFIs, US DFC and Canada's FinDev, which were established recently. The first question is that the different background, I mean the Europe and North America, result in different DFI strategies, objectives, and instrument compositions like the debt, equity, and guarantee, also governance structure. I want to hear the bilateral DFI views on this. Peter, Garrett, and Douglas. First, Peter.
Well, let me thank you very much. I think the question goes towards how do we cooperate in a way, and as you pointed out, each DFI comes from a national point of view and has a national strategy behind it. But we also find, as Gemma also pointed out in her discussion, that in actual fact, if we go to the countries of our financing, we find very common problems and issues that we all can tackle together. So either are specific means, but also by jointly financing. Gemma and I think all the others would have pointed out that cooperating, co-financing through syndications, finding where each of us has its specific knowledge, it can help us all going forward. So whereas we all come from a specific background, in my point of view, on the ground we need to cooperate and find the best solution in the specific country and find a good financing for our partners. And in a way also one could ask, do we need all these DFIs? On the other hand, one of the answers could be that the need in the countries is so large that we can just not have enough parties that are welcoming and trying to co-finance and work together.
Okay, thank you. And Garrett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Choi. Maybe my name is Geert Feyenoord. Let me very briefly introduce FMO. FMO is indeed, as you indicated, the Dutch Development Finance Institute. We are majority owned by the Dutch government, but we also have as our largest shareholders the Dutch commercial bank. So in that sense, we have combined the knowledge and of both, let's say, the civil service and the commercial banking sector in the Netherlands. And I actually fully agree with Peter that cooperation and partnership is crucial in tackling, let's say, the SDGs in 2030. We cannot do this alone. We are relatively small in terms of the financing needs that the world will need to put up going through 2030 and to reach the SDGs, but also to reach net zero in 2050. So in that sense, I fully support Peter's request for cooperation and partnerships. But also, I think maybe to take it one step back, the first session was really about, okay, how does development finance relate to development assistance? And I think it really is something that is crucial to think about clearly. At least that's what we have done within the Netherlands and within FMO. We really have thought hard about what is FMO and what should FMO do and stand for. And I think when looking at the possibility of having a Korean Development Finance Institute, which I think should be, which I think is a very welcome addition to the world of development finance. I think you really have to be clear where that institute is positioned within the Korean framework. We thought long and hard within FMO about our vision, about our purpose, and what our mission should be, so that we actually fulfill a role besides the ODA role that the Dutch government plays, and other institutions, for example, like the Dutch Export Credit Agency. So in these things, I think that is important also to consider when looking at the Korean Development Finance Institute. And I would be happy to discuss that further with you. But I think timing-wise, that is a bit difficult today.
Okay, thank you, Garrett. As you guys mentioned, that cooperation and partnership is very, very important to achieve SDG and net zero in the future. Korea is really want to join you guys, and there are we need more discussion in how to set up our DFIs. So it might take time. And I understand that in Europe you have European DFIs to kind of strengthen your cooperation. So we can do our work by oneself. So we need to work together to go to tackle the issues. And Douglas, yeah. How about the U.S.?
I'll take off my mask. Well, first and foremost, I certainly agree with all the comments from colleagues at DEG and FMO. One additional component that I'll frame, right, just for context, is we also have different footprints, global footprints, and for DFC, we're relatively new to having offices outside of Washington D.C. area where we're headquartered. So, I'm visiting from Jakarta. I cover our office in Indonesia, and I rely heavily on my colleagues at IFC, ADB, DEG. We get together quite regularly just to get a general sense of what we're seeing across the market. I also think that those conversations help push us into new and different directions. So, certainly our policy priorities impact our strategy and our approach as we're looking to deliver on, this funding gap and reaching certain SDG outcomes. I also find that, our different approach to certain issues sometimes helps change how we work as collectively. So that's just to frame that one point. Is the global footprint and how we overlap is also very important. Just on the topic of how our establishing statute or framework drives our strategy and how we look to deliver on the outcomes that we're out to achieve. For DFC, at a high level, we are mandated to support and partner with private sector to support key developmental challenges for the host country. And we because of that partnering with private sector, we are looking for commercially viable transactions. There's the component of commercial and operational sustainability that is inherent in that, as well as those that adhere to high standards on environmental and social impact. Those three criteria, private sector, commercial viability, and environmental social impact, really drive our approach to any transaction across all sectors. So that is, in a nutshell, what we look for in every transaction and to assess whether it aligns with our capabilities. How do we define developmental impact? I think was a topic that was raised in the first panel. For DFC, that, again, at a high level, and I can kind of launch into more specifics, we define our developmental impact through economic growth, defined primarily through creation of new jobs for the host country, inclusiveness, so how are we looking to access economically marginalized communities, that can be indigenous communities, a strong focus on, through the 2X initiative on women borrowers and, women in the households, and innovation. How are projects and companies taking a new and innovative approach to a key developmental challenge? And that does not have to just be through technology. It can just be a new approach, a fresh way of looking at things. And so we really score our projects according to those three criteria in really assessing and determining what it is we're looking to achieve in support of a project beyond just the commercial and kind of long-term sustainability of the project. We're a financial institution at the end of the day. We're a development bank, so we fulfill our mandate through our tools. That is primarily our lending capability. We can do so through direct lending. We can also do so through investment and portfolio loan guarantees, including local currency guarantees, which I see as increasingly important, particularly given the fact that we focus on lower income and lower middle income countries. We do political risk insurance to provide coverage to long-term assets and companies against political violence, expropriation, inconvertibility of local currency, very similar to a colleague at MIGA in that sense. And new products that DFC has kind of brought to fore, which includes the ability to do direct equity investment, which we are deploying in this region and in Indonesia in particular, as well as the ability to participate in funds as an LP investor. And lastly, another new product, it's not a standalone product, it's meant to be paired with our financing or equity investment, is our ability to do grant funding. That's primarily driven, it moves DFC further up the project development timeline. Quite frankly, I mean, the purpose of it is to accelerate the timeline to implementation or achieve a higher probability of success being defined as financial close on the transaction. So that's to support early project development costs, deepen the developmental impact. In a nutshell, it's risk sharing at the end of the day. It's DFC saying that we like the project, we like the company, we like the outcomes that are sought in support of the project. How can we, share some of the risk to help ensure that we get there? And lastly, to turn it over to my colleagues, right? Certainly our strategy is driven by some of our initiatives, and so over the past several years, we've hired teams, specialized teams focusing on food security, focusing on healthcare resiliency. Done a lot, over the past couple of years in terms of COVID response transactions. And we're also taking new innovative approaches to supporting bonds that address SDG outcomes. That includes green bonds, blue bonds, orange bonds in terms of achieving SDG 5 and on gender equality. So maybe I'll leave it there, but that's kind of been DFC's approach and how some of our policy initiatives shape what we do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. And risk sharing is, a right way to how to, achieve the development impact. My second question goes to multilateral DFIs. There is Douglas briefly mentioned about the investment trilemma faced by DFIs and MDBs. That is trade-offs regarding their financial viability and development impact of their investment, and their ability to mobilize private finance at scale in developing countries. I'd like to ask each multilateral DFI's response how to set the mandate and strike a right balance on the trade-off I know the IDA's private sector window is a way of to how to achieve this investment trilemma. So I want to hear multilateral DFI's views. Jian first, then Jaeyoung and Cleo.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Ministry of Economy and Finance for organizing this timely and important conference. I really welcome your focus on the role of private sector. Supporting your countries, my country's ODA agenda going forward. IFC, as one of the oldest and largest development financial institutions around the world focusing on private sector in emerging market, has been dealing with this trilemma that Mr. Cho, you mentioned from the inception. Every project will need to be assessed by its financial profitability and also development impact. As Douglas mentioned, it's critical for us to be able to secure financial sustainability, to be able to ensure our operations and development impact. And I wouldn't say all the other products that Douglas mentioned, because all the DFIs in the end offer the similar products. But for us, development impact and how to measure and monitor has been the core of our work and business model. For the past 2 decades, we've been establishing a system that could measure and monitor each project's development results. And 2017, we wanted to better define and in a way enhance our existing system with anticipated impact measurement and monitoring system, which is AIM, to score all the investment projects ex ante and ex post, and in a way incorporate those scores with our investment decision. And how do we actually strike the right balance? We are taking portfolio approach. Not every project with a higher impact may not bring the expected returns as much as we wish. So in that case, we will still go ahead with projects in Haiti or countries like Nepal, even though we will respect the lower return. But then by investing in countries like Vietnam or China or Indonesia, we'll try to generate more financial profits that could allow us to sustain our business model. In terms of crowding in private capital, I think that's where our syndications program comes in, as the colleague also mentioned. We never, in a way, cover the entire project cost in emerging market. We play a market catalyst role. By that I mean we always fund up to 25 or 35% of total project cost, and the rest we mobilize private capital. And when it comes to equity investment, we are never a large shareholder. We always invest up to 20% shareholding. That way, we can crowd in private investors in our projects, believing in our own due diligence and risk management capacity. Thank you.
Jaeyoung.
The MIGA's mandate is to promote foreign direct investment into developing country by providing the guarantee to private investors and the lenders. The MIGA is committed to support the project that economically and environmentally and socially sustainable, and that promise strong development impact. To strike a balance among the MIGA's mandate and financial viability and development impact, MIGA's business is based on the financially self-sustaining model, and MIGA's activities are supported by a strong capital base and a comprehensive risk management framework. In the context of statutory the underwriting capacity, MIGA is able to support a significant amount of gross exposure and to contain risk through the use of reinsurance in order to manage net guarantee exposure and the related capital utilization. At the end of the last fiscal year, each $1 of operating capital at MIGA supported $13 of gross exposure, thanks to reinsurance and other external fund. Over the last the 5 years, MIGA has significantly increased the use of reinsurance and external funds like either PSW in our guarantee portfolio by $2.8 billion, allowing MIGA to support our growth trajectory without any need for additional capital from our shareholder countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire, please.
Hello? Okay, great. Firstly, I am very honored to be here, and I hope that this session, these meetings will be the good input to the Korean government's consideration of development finance. Frankly said, we need your money. I'm sorry, we do. I mean, we are really in a bind. As you know, the climate crisis has exasperated the need for infrastructure. We've seen, we were estimating like a shortfall of $17 trillion per annum for Asia Pacific alone in infrastructure. Now, with what's happening in Pakistan, I mean, look all over. I mean, we've seen that there's so much need, and Vice Minister Bang was absolutely right. We can't do it from just public finance. We need to have the power, the innovativeness, the efficiency, the new technologies, the new ideas from private sector, and of course their money, to come and join us in this effort of development. So what does ADB do in this effort? For those of you who don't know, ADB is your neighborhood regional one-stop shop development bank. We do what IFC, MIGA, World Bank does all in one shop. And to address your trilemma, with any disease, you want to get to the, person before they get sick. So I would advocate for upstream work. In looking at the enabling environment and then the project selection, all of the consideration in project selection is wrong, because you can't, if you select the wrong project, you're never ever going to make it commercially viable. Not with all of the development finance that you can throw at it. So all of this has to be valued, and just to advertise my role, in the Office of Public-Private Partnership, we offered this enabling environment, policy guidance, and so forth, as well as, to test whatever we did in enabling environment. We test it through our transaction advisory services, where we go to the market and ask, would you like to come to Uzbekistan to do a solar project? And the public sector may say, no, we don't trust those people. And then we go, oh, why not? And then they would tell us, and we said like, oh, they have no track record. And then we would say like, oh, okay, yes, they don't have track record, but we're offering a 3-month guarantee for the offtake. How about that? And they would say like, no, no, that's too little, or that's okay. And then we have the risk management mechanism. So as the governments build up the track record, and of course they won't need us anymore because the enabling environment is correct and it can go on commercial, we can say that it goes into the phase of more development, and then that is where your development effectiveness can be measured. You know, when they don't need you anymore, that's a good sign. So, of course, you know, as we were saying, I mean, there's all sorts of measurement that you can have in your investment decisions, but we'd like to take it one step behind and do the enabling environment work, test what we have in the enabling environment through transactions, and then where it is necessary, give the support and guarantees in loans from to private sector to mitigate those risks, and then to finally, you know, get out of the market. But I think, Douglas, what you were saying on the safeguards and the, well, what I like to call the honest broker role is, I think, where, you know, MDBs add a lot of comfort. Because on the environment, we have like really crazy, lots and lots of safeguard standards that we have to get through. We have credit standards that we have to get through. So if one of us is in the transaction, it feels very safe, or much safer than, you know, if we're not there. And that's where I think there's what do you call it, the umbrella effect of our institutions. And also, if we are in the deal, we have deep and meaningful relationships with the government. So if they start changing rules in the middle of, you know, a contract, I mean, we can always go to them and say, and that trust is there as well. So in the trilemma that you talked about, I would like to do prevention first, and then well, and I can't say this more, don't select projects that you would not do from your sovereign wallet and just give it to the private wallet, because that will never work. And then to go and say, test it, and then, well, get out of the market because everything is perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clara. And next, my question to Professor Chung. You already, you know, heard the discussion also. First session, I think the Ambassador Ho mentioned about the Korea is the only country evolving from, you know, recipient to donor countries. So we are thinking about, you know, how to strengthen Korea's role in development finance. So if Korea set up KDFI, then what will be, what is our focus, what is our priority, and in terms of development impact? So do you have any idea about what should be KDFI?
예, 감사합니다. 먼저 기재부
Thank you very much. Now, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to the MOEF. Now, before going to the conclusion, let me just mention that it was in 1992 that I got engaged with climate change. So it's been 30 years now. Now, when talking about DFI, then now most of the speakers, presenters are mentioning climate finance, and that shows the dramatic changes that we have seen over the past 3 decades. Now, this year, the IPCC, the April IPCC report, now the 3rd working group report that was released in April, and I took part as the climate investment finance overseer. And what I mentioned then was, when we talk about the 1.5 or 2 degree target, then in terms of the investment requirement, so the investment finance requirement, that would be like $2.3 trillion to $4.5 trillion every year. And where do we see the biggest opportunities, well, in developing countries because they have bigger investment requirements. So the question of how to mobilize climate finance in developing countries, I believe, is going to be an important part of what we're discussing today. Now, in conclusion, the KDFI, given Korea's economic size, I believe that it is long time in coming. So we actually need to hurry up with this. But that is what Korea is good at, right? We are good at hurrying things up. So I am premising my discussion on the assumption that we will hurry up with the KDFI. Then in terms of the focus of the KDFI, now the areas where Korea is known to be good at, and also for the partner countries, what they wish to share with Korea, what would they be? So we have representation from like Europe or the US and ADB, but then I believe that ICT or digital Korea is ahead of other countries. So if Korea is to be a newcomer, then I believe that ICT and digital focus areas could be one important field. Then also for the climate change, now we also talk about how the developing countries are also vulnerable to that. Then let's say if Korea were to enter climate change area combined with digital or digitalization, then there are a lot of, let's say, smart areas. So for example, mitigation or some projects in adaptation, wherever. So I believe that if we can find climate areas that are combined with digital, I believe that that would also be an advantage to Korea. Another is, let's say, for the green infrastructure. So of course, the MDBs and also the DFIs, they also talk a lot about infrastructure today. But I believe where Korea can be good at is, now, Korea being a relatively small donor compared to like, let's say, like $4 trillion, then I believe what Korea can be good at is knowledge sharing. So what the ambassador has mentioned, so we have really pulled ourselves up from the bottom. So how can we share this experience with other countries? I believe that is also very important. That is the software side. So in terms of the hardware, like the infrastructure, then compared to the existing donors or the existing MDBs, I'm not sure whether Korea can be as good as them. But when it comes to the software side, for example, sharing our experience, and also yesterday, I believe that Korean drama won awards at the US Emmys. So the entertainment, this soft business, I think that's, let's say, if Korea were to mobilize the private sector, then I do not believe that we have to be necessarily just limited to the SDGs. I mean, among the SDG, one of the important goals is to create decent jobs. So if it is about creating decent jobs, then I believe that we can maintain a broader perspective. So, and one last thing, not about the area, but one area of improvement that we need, and that is what we're used to is the top-down practice. So the government makes a decision, we follow them. So we are too used to, we are too accustomed to it. And when we talk about innovative thinking, innovative financing, that requires us to break out of the box. So I hope we can have more bottom-up approach. So we keep talking about mobilizing the private sector. How? So are we going to call the private sector again? Is the government going to call them to encourage their participation? Rather than doing that, perhaps we can think about changing the roles. So we need to try to break out of the convention. And also the second innovative approach could be Korea is truly, truly averse to failure, because then you have to be audited and it could be detrimental to your promotion. I think we have to be more generous about failure. The traditional practice in Korea is that we are afraid of failure. We could be subject to audit later on. So I do hope that we can break away from these existing practices. And one last thing about the financial modality. Now, I'm not going to talk about the textbook modalities, but Miga and also Claire, they have mentioned this. But most of the DFIs, what they have mentioned, I believe, is guarantee. The guarantee, this option for us was not utilized intensively, especially out of the entire portfolio, and also globally as well. So if Korea were to enter as a newcomer, then not just for the, let's say, so I believe that in terms of how we are going to do the risk hedging or risk sharing, then I believe that Korea also has to do its part as a new DFI. So especially as a new DFI, then I believe that Korea can add value to the existing DFI community by providing guarantees, I believe. But in conclusion, we really have to hurry up with this, and then we can find a role as well.
Good advice. Yeah, there is always, experience, but lessons we learned from our, experience. And my last question, I think is I will just invite one or two panelists, not all panelists. My question is that the current market situation, as you see, the tight monetary policy, high interest rate, strong US dollars, and already the advanced country experience limited fiscal space due to COVID-19 response. So how DFIs can maintain the stepped-up investment level and increase high-risk investment in the poorest country without new capital funding? That might be more, I think it's going to be a hard issue, so how to handle this kind of difficult situation. So anyone, yeah?
I think as a DFI, we don't have an option. Our mandate is to increase our portfolio in IDA and FCS countries. And that's why IFC increased its capital, 5.5 billion in 2018. And we committed to double our portfolio by 2030. Our aim is to reach $48 billion per year. And then triple our commitment in FCS market. And to do so, as Professor mentioned, business as usual is not going to work. So at IFC, we introduced a new strategy, which is called IFC 3.0. Not only finding the right partner or right project to work with, we create market opportunities and investable projects by working at the upstream and early stage projects. So we have established officially an upstream team who can advise the government at the market sector level, and also who can co-develop a project with sponsors so that they feel assured that the project has bankability and they reassure the profitability. So I think we don't have an option. We'll need to do more. But by doing so, we'll need to mobilize private capital. According to Financial Stability Board, there are $200 trillion out there managed by pension fund insurers, institutional investors. So we believe the solution is in the capital market, and identifying and building the right pipeline of investment project is going to be the key, and working together with different DFIs is going to be also a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jian. And any comment from Peter or Garrett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Choi. I think what IFC just said is at her last point is actually key. It is indeed to involve the private sector more into developing countries, because there is a lot of capital available with private investors. And I think one of the ways to get those private capital interested in our markets is indeed to, first of all, make sure that you create an enabling environment. Make sure that you take away certain risks or certain bottlenecks in countries that you would like to invest in. And that is typically the role that a DFI or an MDB can play. And sometimes they do that with their own balance sheet, and sometimes they can do that with government funding or with technical assistance or grant funding. It's basically paving the way to enable private investors to invest in emerging markets. So I also don't think that money is the problem. I think there is money enough available in the private sector, especially because yields and returns in developed markets are very low. So money tends to go where return is highest. And I think developing markets are ready for an influx of that capital if we enable if we enable that, and as a great added benefit, it will happen within the environmental and social frameworks that we as development institutions put to the table as well. So it will be hopefully also just and inclusive and not just all about return. But I think the money in itself is there, as long as we as DFIs pave the way to make sure that that money finds its way into developing nations.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to fully echo what I see FMO, the colleagues have said. Maybe add on one other thing, that you mentioned the various risks that one can find in the developing markets. And I think the DFIs here on the podium have shown by their long tradition that actually we can trust more the entrepreneurs in those countries. They know very well the risks that are in existence there. We should try to find the right ones, select them, and help them through our financing, but also through, as mentioned by all the colleagues as well, by the advisory services that we offer, and help them along, as also the professor said, with the experience that we can share from all the other markets, help them along. So I think a selection of good parties, bringing advice, and of course also money is just a key. And with regards to the private sector, I think all of us have now shown by enhancing our private sector mobilization that one big role of a DFI is to enhance the trust that, or let's say lower the perceived risk in these markets. In actual fact, we haven't all lost as much money as one would think if one thinks about really risky markets. DFIs have proven quite adept at having a good selection, and therefore I think more and more the private sector learns to trust that leadership and is willing to follow and participate in that financing. So I think that is also one very important role of a DFI.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as Gian mentioned, the role of DFI should be counter-cyclical. So at this difficult situation, there are more demand from, more strong support from the DFIs. So to that, also the governments and public sector should do more role. Also, Peter mentioned that the role of private sector is really, really important at this situation. So time is already up, and I will stop here. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the panelists who put together this session productive and insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderator, speakers, and panelists. The session was very informative session looking at different case examples. I hope our inputs will help Korea devise its own design of a DFI. We're running a little bit behind time, so we're just going to take around 15 minutes, 13-minute break and return at 4:30. For those of you joining us in person, there is coffee and refreshments being served out in the lobby. So please enjoy and keep your masks on, except while drinking coffee. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, session 3 on the prospects of the infrastructure markets in developing countries and strategies for investment will begin momentarily. We would like to ask all participants to return to the conference room and take your seats. Please make sure your mobile devices are in silent mode. I would like to also ask you to please keep your masks on inside the venue throughout the conference. Please be reminded that the conference offers simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. We will be resuming with the conference with session 3 in a moment. And after the final session, there will be some time for networking. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin session 3. In this last session, we will be discussing infrastructure market prospects in developing countries and investment strategies. Session 3 is going to be moderated by editorial writer Won Soon-ho from the Korea Economics Daily. Let's welcome the moderators, speakers, and panelists with a big round of applause. Please, the floor is yours.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Won Soon-ho. I'm the editorialist at the Korea Economic Daily, and I've been asked to moderate this third session. I was listening in to the first and the second session, and I was able to hear more about DF and ODA, and about how there's a lot for us to take in, and that there are many different topics and direction going forward. In this third session, we do have many experts with us, and we are going in the same format. We have two speakers who are going to present first, and then we would like to hear from our panel of different panelists who are going to discuss the contents of the presentations. My own personal experience is that next year's government budget plan, when it first came out, I had the opportunity to write an editorial for the Korea Economic Daily. And it was about hopes for sound fiscal management, or kind of a tightening of fiscal management. And while writing this editorial piece, I thought to myself that the government is downsizing its fiscal budget, but I was also interested in what we're doing in terms of our ODA, and I saw that the ODA budget, on the contrary, has increased. And so I wrote my editorial piece that ODA expansion and proactive foreign affairs policies that the government is going to cut back on other expenses, and about 29 trillion won, is it? That it is going to expand on ODA. I think it was lowered about 500 billion, but in any case, there's about 300 billion for humanitarian aid, such as food assistance, and also about 200 billion for global health care aid, and also 100 billion in other different areas for small-scale projects. And I thought that was very desirable. And there's a lot for us to discuss. But early on, when we first had the opening ceremony, Vice Minister Bang said something that I really wanted to say for myself, which is that we need to help countries escape from the poverty trap and provide some kind of stepping stones for growth, and that this is very important. We have to help our countries break the vicious cycle of poverty and help them to continue to spur on growth. And I have to say that I agreed with the Vice Minister, and I was very glad to hear him say that. So with that, I would like to introduce our panelists and speakers before we go into the session. We don't have a lot of time, so we have to move very compactly. Our first speaker, as you can see here, is Do Chul Ha, Director General of the Export-Import Bank of Korea, on economic cooperation. He has worked on overseas activities for about 25 years, and today he's going to talk about different issues that he was able to see in the field from the point of view of KXIM, how infrastructure development occurred in developing countries, and he's going to talk about the trends and implications of that. And then we also have, after Director General Ha, Kwang-bok Lee, who's the Director of Policy Advisory and Consulting at KIND. I don't know if many people are aware of KIND. I think that overseas they have more of a presence, but KIND is Korea Overseas Infrastructure and Urban Development Corporation. So they are under the auspices of MOLIT, but they've only been in existence for about 3 or 4 years, and so that is why not many people would know what KIND is doing. But as you know, they are doing very important external work. And Mr. Lee has worked for a very long time at the private sector in a trading company, and then has now moved to a public institution. And today he's going to talk about greenfield. So not brownfield, not remodeling, but completely new kinds of investment, known as greenfield, global infrastructure market. Forecast outlook for the post-pandemic era. And as for our panelists, we have Song Chang-hong from KDI. He's a director at the Center for International Development at KDI, the Korea Development Institute. I don't think that KDI needs an introduction. And then we also have Soo-min Park, who's the chairman at the Infinitum Partners Investor Group. He served in the public sector and is now working at Infinitum Partners. He's based in London at the moment. Before that, he was the director at EBRD. Now, currently, he's at Infinitum Partners Investor Group. He's not a director, he's a chairman, and he commutes frequently to Korea, but he is based in London. And lastly, we have Yong-kwang Lee, who is the head of Asia and Americas Division, a director at ICAK, so International Contractors Association of Korea. So this is where major contractors are all members of this association. It's an industry association where he has extensive field experience. So this is it for my introductions, and I'd like to turn to our first speaker, Mr. Ha. Would you please? We are not able to give you much time. We'll give you only about 10 minutes. Please keep your remarks to within 12 minutes. Thank you.
안녕하십니까. 한국수출입은행
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Du Chul Ha. I'm a Director General of the Export-Import Bank of Korea. Today, I'd like to talk about the trends and implications of infrastructure developments in developing countries and KEXIM's evolving role in this aspect. First, on the global infrastructure market as a whole. This year, as you can see here, the global infrastructure market size is estimated to be $3.6 trillion US dollars. And in 2025, this is going to expand to 4.5 trillion. And the sources are a little bit different, but if you take a look at this graph from 2007 to about 2040, the global investment need for infrastructure is forecasted to amount to about 94 trillion US dollars. So every year, similarly to what I just mentioned in the prior slide, 3.7 trillion US dollars would need to be invested to meet this demand. If we look at the investment needs by region, there's going to be the emerging market. So the Asian emerging market is going to take up roughly about 50% of this investment need. This slide shows you what happened over the past 10 years, private investment in infrastructure projects by region and subsector. As you can see, there's a lot of private investment in Western Europe and North America. But because of COVID-19, in 2020, advanced economies' private sector investment grew, but Asia and Latin America and those elsewhere, you can see that it has substantially decreased. By sector, we can see that renewable energy generation takes up a huge portion, but we can see that transport has decreased. Here, I'm going to break this down further, the earlier slide. I'm going to break this down further with this composition, as you can see here. On the left-hand side, this is a private investment by sector for high-income countries, and on the right, in the green, are mid to low-income countries. You can see the renewable energy generation takes up a huge portion, and this is something that I've already mentioned before. In advanced economies, renewable energy generation takes up the lion's share of investment, but in middle to low income, you can see the transports and other energy generation. So non-renewable and other traditional sectors are seeing a lot of investment. So this has a lot of implications for us. Now, I've looked at the sector and the size of the infrastructure needs in low-income countries, but the key point here is to try to get access to the necessary funding. In developing nations, infrastructure is a crucial element in all aspects of economic and social activity. But the infrastructure investment gap is a huge hurdle, and as you can see here, it is set to reach about $15 trillion by 2040. Currently, this lack of funding, or this current funding, is coming from ECB, MDB, policy banks, and the government, so sovereign funding mostly. However, globally, we would see that private sector engagement in infrastructure development is going to be key. And this is what many experts have been saying. And for this, we have to encourage a private sector engagement further, and for that, blended finance has become a very hot topic as of late. This is how, for blended finance, we can look at ECAs, MDBs, DFIs. They can work as facilitators to boost the private sector investment. These three kinds of institutions have different roles to play, and their characteristics are a little bit different, but they can all be facilitator for private sector participation. For blended finance, another key aspect is that for infrastructure projects in developing nations, these institutions can work together and build a synergy effect. So for example, they can be a first loss facility guarantor for loss provision, and this can encourage private sector participation. Or they can also allow for different kinds of profitability guarantees or allow for technological assistance. Blended finance is shown here, broken down into region and sector. As of 2020, Sub-Saharan Africa was the region with the largest amount of committed concessional resources, and their credit So Latin America and Caribbean with better credit has the highest volume of DFI funds in private finance. Broken down by sector, we can see that in infrastructure, concessional finance has been widely deployed, but in finance and banking, the DFI funds have been largely leveraged. Another noteworthy aspect is that, generally speaking, infrastructure is typically leveraging PF or PPP PF, but this is quite stable. When we go through PPP, the bankability goes up because the risk is mitigated with the participation of different interested stakeholders and the environment, society, purchasing, government, governance. These thresholds are quite high for PPP projects, so there is a minimization of the risk pre-ante before anyone moves into the project. Next, I'd like to talk about the opportunities that we can explore with KEXIM. Korea Exim Bank is an export credit agency. It's an ECA that is currently has a presence in many different countries around the world. But unlike other different ECAs, we also work on loan guarantee, equity, and ODA, high concessional loans and low concessional loans. So this is a kind of one-stop center because we also function as a DFI. These are some important performance highlights for KEXIM Bank. We typically work with many different countries in Asia and the LAC region. So about 50% of our portfolio has been dispersed in those regions. Korea Exim Bank has received credit ratings on par with the sovereign rating, and we are very active in leveraging this credit rating so that we can provide competitive financing in the market. This slide shows us a little bit more information about the different kinds of financing, direct and indirect solutions that KEXIM Bank provides. So loans, guarantees, investment, EDCF, EDPF, so different kinds of related loans. We even offer a feasibility study expertise. The three slides that I'm going to show you now are related to some very aggressive risk-taking projects, risk-taking products that we have showcased as of late. The first case is on something that is called mid to long-term factoring, export factoring. So we were the first in Korea to offer long-term export factoring. We worked together with Hyundai, a Hyundai consortium, to provide export receivables purchasing in a LAC country. The second example here is that many different countries in these low-income countries are finding it difficult to partner with the federal governments, are finding it difficult to partner with us because of different fiscal issues. So that is why we have expanded our project pipeline by taking sub-sovereign level projects. Even without the federal government's guarantee, we can participate in many of these different projects. The last case is the establishment of a special account program where we can better support core infrastructures in high-risk countries with a credit rating of B+ or below B+. Next are some of the different EDCF, various modalities that we have been commissioned by the government to provide. If you can see here, you can see that we have a commitment of USD 2.221 million as of 2021, adding up to a cumulative total of 20.583 million, mostly going to transport, water, hygiene, health, and energy. We have expanded EDCF, although there's a limit to what we can do because the government funding cannot be maximized. So we have decided to go with low concessional loans, EDPF, which is not tied or untied loans. This is something that has been performing very well, and KEXIM Bank is very proud of these less concessional loans. Well, I've been talking about the different kinds of financing tools that KEXIM Bank provides, and I would like to now close with a case study. This, what you see here, is a blended finance model that KEXIM Bank provides, and this is a water supply system in Indonesia. On the left-hand side, you would see we built a dam using EDCF funding, and then the water from the dam would be piped through a pipeline using EDPF funding, and the water treatment plants would be funded using unsolicited PPP. The EDPF, as you can see in the middle, is responsible for funding the 50 kilometers of pipeline, which is quite interesting, as you see. The PPP unsolicited model is where IFC and ADB, as well as KEXIM Bank, are going to also provide funding for. Another second case, which is very similar to this, is something that KIND is currently developing. It's in Paraguay. It's an LRT, light rail project. We are also going to work together with a PPP structuring and EDCF or EDPF funding to try to expand the project further. So the actual railway line, some of this will be structured using EDPF financing or alternatively EDCF finance. I believe that for global reach, is very important in reaching these low-income countries because we need the capacity to co-finance with different other partners. As you know, KEXIM Bank of the different Korean entities has this network with many different DFIs and multilateral banks across the world. And beginning this year, we're going to work together with to broaden our network coverage even further, working with different other IOs and MDBs. Thank you very much. And with that, I close my presentation. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. That was Mr. Ha's presentation on KEXIM Bank's expertise, and I think that this co-working and the working with different partners is very important.
개발도상국의 인프라 시장 전망 투자 전략.
And now, in this session 3, we will now move on to the second presentation.
From Korea Overseas Infrastructure and Urban Development Corporation, aka KIND. I'm only eligible to do this presentation because my institution KIND is actually a global infrastructure investor. So let me first introduce KIND. So KIND is a governmental investor who develops overseas infrastructure and smart city projects so that it invests into them. We just celebrated 4th anniversary, and we are under Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, and our major shareholder is Ministry of Economy and Finance. Out of 19 projects we invested so far, you see some in the table. In Kazakhstan, we invested $15 million equity into road PPP, and the solar power plant in Chile, we invested in SPC issued bond, which generates yield already because it is already in commercial operation. Poland chemical plant is so far our biggest ticket size, $57 million in quasi-equity. When it comes to urban development, you see in the middle, Vietnam Industrial Park, and at the bottom, you see USA Hotel project. Those are the cases of urban development. So in the early stage of a project development lifecycle, KIND carries out deal sourcing activities and provides technical assistance and policy advisory and project preparation facilities. And once the project is well structured and developed, we try to form consortium with the sponsors and make equity investment and fund investment. Later, we do the refinancing or recapitalization. So KIND is a unique institution that covers both developer domain and sponsor domain throughout the project lifecycle. So let's take a look at the market. So for 2021 market, already I quoted here, the World Bank report clear signs of recovery, but let's see. Year 2020 was the worst year since 2004, the worst in the last 16 years. That means even at the time of Lehman Brothers crisis, people invested more than this. But in 2021, it bounced back, increased by 49% in overall. But if you look at each region, Eastern Europe and CIS countries show the biggest leap, increased by 300%, but only Turkey received a staggering $8 billion investment for one airport project. So that's over half of the 15 billion the whole region received. Asia, western part, including India, was down, and eastern part, including ASEAN and China, was increased. Sub-Saharan Africa suffered significant downturn of investment. MENA, the whole amount is less than $1 billion, a 90% decrease. Latin America showed mediocre increase of 22%. So as I said, the aggregate amount is showing recovery sign, but we cannot say the recovery is global or homogeneous. Sector-wise, transport is outweighing energy. If you look at the legend at the bottom, you see 5 sectors of infrastructure: energy, ICT, waste, and transport and water. So in this graph, blue color energy and orange color transport are the 2 most dominant sectors. They're back and forth year by year, but last year transport outweighed, and we can interpret that as a prospect of logistics and passenger traffic growth. But we have to be careful with the fact that these numbers include major economies like China and Brazil, which receive huge investment all the time. So inside transport, road has been dominant, and airports sharply increased last year, including Antalya Airport in Turkey I talked about. So on the right side, you see the pie chart for countries' investment. Last year, Brazil was the most preferred investment destination, receiving solely about $16 billion from 36 countries, primarily in roads and water sector. And Indonesia came back. In 2019 and 2020, the investment was so dried up, Indonesia even skipped reporting to the World Bank. That was the first time ever since the bank started this private investment statistics. Now Indonesia came back happily, reporting about $7 billion investment. Vietnam, with the new PPP legislation, is expected to grow further. But Sub-Saharan Africa was dealt the heaviest blow, and decreased from the already decreased. So why this happened? Why the least developed region suffers more? I see, there's a gap even in pandemic recovery. These graphs shows the developed countries afforded spending as much as 12% of GDP for vaccination and such, while low-income countries, they only spend 3%, and developing countries spend a little bit more of 6% of GDP. So naturally, richer countries were able to recover faster. So this left side graph shows developing countries' per capita income contracted more than the developed. And on the right side, you can see recovery is slower in emerging markets. So this bigger damage and slower recovery could trigger investment outflow from the emerging market and redirection to advanced economies. So, this and coming up 2 slides will show aspects that could deter or accelerate growth in post-COVID era. So for some countries, recent high commodity prices elevate their exports. So for example, Indonesia, they are enjoying record trade surplus and record tax revenue and such. And other countries where the tourism takes up big portion of GDP, they are showing a fair recovery. Singapore and Thailand, even Vietnam came out from the long, strict lockdown and reopened. So these are positive aspects. Now the setbacks. If you compare the trend of dollar index and emerging market index, they're almost like negatively correlated. While the indices move opposite to each other, we're now having very strong dollars these days, then it's a bad situation. And developed countries are also suffering from fresh recession and high inflation induced by gas pipeline shutdown and sanctions. They will afford reduced imports from developing world and reduced ODAs for developing world. So two more negative aspects are emerging countries' debt burden and investor sentiment to exit emerging markets. So for the bond, it was on $100 billion in 2015, but after 6 years, it tripled to $300 billion. These are mostly euro and dollar-denominated bonds, which will pressure the borrowers if local currencies do not defend very well. And accommodating sharply risen prices of fertilizers and foods, fuels and energy is the issues of survival. Now it is a realistic risk that budgets set aside for infrastructure or climate action are redirected to other purposes. So while all these negative and positive factors will impose impact to the market, investors like Kind would like to suggest the following strategies. So circa 2014, when Millennium Development Goals were substituted to SDGs, there was a rude awakening that we should elevate the unit amount of development financing from billions to trillions. So, as you see here at the bottom right, generally we regard that to cope with developing countries' infrastructure needs, we need annually $2.5 trillion. Estimations vary a lot, but important thing is the investment gap is not the matter of hundreds of billions, but the matter of trillions. But what's the reality? We talked about trillions, and that means thousands, billions of dollars. But actually, done deal amount is only at 60 billion to 200 billions only. So we realize that it is impossible to address the whole 4 trillion, even if we narrow down to developing regions, as you see here. It is as big as 2.6 trillion. And according to the World Bank analysis, 1.2 trillion is the amount of investable infrastructure projects, while actual investment is smaller than that. But we still have hope. For instance, global institutional investors' savings, that only add up $120 trillion. So not mentioning pension funds or national wealth. So if we are able to tap this enormous capital, then we have hope. So our strategy could be, firstly, we will increase the portion of investable projects by developing more of good bankable projects. But it is still big, so to address the $1 trillion, secondly, we have to bring in this vast pool of global capital. So how do we expand the investable universal project? If you look at the project funding source, grants and debts are abundant, but equity part is still unstable and rather small. And when it comes to supporting means, guarantees and insurances, subsidies and incentives are going well. But in order to develop projects in sound structure, it is crucial to strengthen early stage support, like technical assistance and feasibility studies. So as governmental investor, Kind will lead public sector participation in equity side and also scale up the budget and scope of project preparation support. So I'll skip this slide. And the next strategy. So what kinds of options we have? First, governmental budget, the public sector is already spending at its most. And ODA is steadily growing and concessionality is good. And private investment, as you see here, fluctuates a lot and more like declining and still small. So as you already saw, we are short of $2.5 or $2.6 trillion annually. And if you look at this graph, I don't know if you heard of the term dry powder. Dry powder in the industry terminology, it means the tranche that is ready to be invested. So it comes from gunpowder. So this firepower that is sleeping in the bank account only takes up $120 trillion. So this is my last slide I will explain. So imagine you're a private company who is planning to establish this Get There Quick Inc. and build and operate this toll road. So when you plan and develop this project, what is your main concern? Probably the concern is finding and inviting lenders. And these lenders, they will jump into the project only when the revenue in the operation stage is stable and enough to cover operation costs and debt service amount. But in reality, many governments are hesitant to provide such investor-friendly payment scheme in the first place. Even if they commit such payment scheme, whether the commitment will be honored or not is just another risk. So I'm suggesting 6 modalities. Public spending can intervene and support private sponsors. So number 1, MDBs and ECAs, they can provide loans and export credit. Presence of MDB or ECA in the lender side can enhance government's commitment. And number 2 and 3, to make sure enough, and stable disbursement of MRG or MTG or AP, I think we can consider standby facility in an escrow account. And equity investment, I think the DFI, they are already doing the investment like kind. Then there are project preparation and capacity building and program management. So in these various modalities, public spending can bring in private investment. So these are the suggestions, and for the rest, I can discuss in the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 이 실장님 수고하셨습니다. 2020
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. So up until last year, 2021, in the infrastructure market, there were some signs of recovery. But then, yes, it was also mentioned at the outset that the strong dollar and the European energy situation and also the debt levels could be some factors. And this really stood out for me. The necessary infrastructure and the investable infrastructure. So we need to differentiate between the two. So that, for me, was an important message. Now, the 2 presenters have slightly gone a bit over time, so now I would have to limit the time for each panelist to about 5 minutes. I apologize for that. And I believe we can remain seated as we provide the comments.
네.
My name is Zong Chang Hong of KDI. One of the important things that we do at KDI is to share Korea's experiences of development with other countries, and this is encompassed in our KSP program, our knowledge sharing program. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me today to this global conference, and I would also like to thank the 2 speakers for sharing with us new information and new insights. The funds that go into developing countries are typically called development finance or development funds. In Korea, ODA, or public assistance, that Korea provides to developing nations puts us at the 15th largest ODA donor in the world. However, there is also the private sector level assistance to developing nations. This puts us at the 5th largest in the world. This is because many major companies and conglomerates in Korea are building manufacturing facilities in developing nations, and this translates to higher FDI. We talked about how we can link the official development assistance with private sector funding. And in the process, DF can be a very important kind of bridging role, because if there's quality financing and quality projects, I think that they are mutually complementary to one another. But as of now, for private companies to engage in overseas projects that have high level of development effectiveness, there are still some limits currently as to what they can do. So that is why they have limitations in identifying quality projects that are out in developing nations. So if we can have a more impactful DF, then I think that we can lead to more quality projects. Mr. Haas talks about different kinds of excellent blended finance case examples. And he has also talked about the new financial products that KXM Bank has introduced. And I think that these were all attempts made by KXM Bank to try to provide quality products to the markets. And I think that this once again leads us to the conclusion that quality products and quality projects are very much mutually complementary to one another. When we enter into developing nations to provide assistance there, compared to other DFIs and multilateral banks, I think that Korea has its own competitive edge. The first is that we can provide assistance in the field of smart technologies and ICT, because as you know, many different advanced economies, donor countries, when they provide assistance, they benchmark the Korean model for smart technology projects. That is why, for development cooperation as well, I think that Korea can leverage its expertise in smart technologies. The second comment that I want to make is that not just for infrastructure projects and financing, but if we can provide insight into development experience, that would be crucial, because this knowledge and local capacity building have to be there for the project to be sustainable, because otherwise the project will be a one-off project. For instance, if Korea receives a loan from the ADB and invested into building an expressway, at the time, the Korea Expressway Corporation was formed. This means that after ADB retired from the market, we were still capable of running and maintaining our own expressways because we had the capacity to do so with the public corporation that was set up around that time. So this is the kind of insight and knowledge that we can share with developing nations so that they can also understand that they need to grow their own organic level of competence and organic capacity. The third comment is that the different kinds of knowledge and technologies and funding that are scattered across the public and private sector should all be pulled together and integrated. We have to try to build the capacity of different institutions and also try to build partnerships and build trust among one another. And this is going to be key. And this is not just about passing a new law or changing a law or setting up a new institution. That's not going to build trust overnight. So in the end, we would have to go through a process of trial and error and a kind of an iterative process where the different players can come together and build trust with one another. And that would be the only way forward. This scattered, fragmented knowledge and funds should all be pulled together, and this, I think the government should play the role in building this trust. Thank you very much. Mr. Hong has talked about smart technology and knowledge integration. I think that this is something that the government also has a lot of expertise in. So perhaps KDI can also do more research in this to allow for policy analysis. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Park.
Well, thank you very much for the excellent presentations. Now, with the European Development Bank and also in the private sector, I have had some experience, and I would say that the bottleneck is always the entrepreneur. Now, finance needs entrepreneur, or the development finance needs developer.
occasion. 그러면 어떻게 how to develop
Well, then how to develop developers? How to grow entrepreneurs? So I always believe that these are the key questions.
startup financing and development financing. In case of startup financing start from seed funding, Series A, Series B, Series C, like this. stage-by-stage financing. However, in case of development financing, we don't see this kind of a stage-by-stage approach. How to grow good developers, good entrepreneurs? I think I strongly recommend, as far as I remember, IFC is now highlighting upstream. A very similar idea with me. I think, how about a technical assistance is a good toolkit, but small amount, not big amount. So you can take more risk with this. So like seed funding and Series A funding, you can be more generous to entrepreneur development in case of technical assistance or upstream financing. I don't know what would be the exact toolkit for upstream. However, if it is early stage developer, you need to care the developer and entrepreneur. This is very similar idea like incubating. Without incubating, just waiting for good project, this is too far from the reality. This is my experience in private sector and European bank. 그래서 제 결론적으로는 어떻게 하면 good developer를 길러낼 것이냐.
So based on my experience, what is key is how to develop good developers and good entrepreneurs. So that is where we have to focus on. And I do not recommend taking too much risk. And that is why we need a step-by-step or stage-by-stage approach. So let's say for venture capital now, if let's say you get Series A funding, then there would be like 1,000, then Series B would dwindle down to 100, and Series C dwindling down further. So you can filter out the bad ones. So if we can also go through this stage-by-stage support, then we can meet good projects. So that has been my experience. And then also from the IFC and also at others, so what I have seen is that we always try to provide funding in lesser developed fields, and once they are developed, then we have to leave. So that has always been my belief as well. But then now recently that has changed, because for economic activities and also especially for funding, then we need to have growth center, and then there would be spillover. So what has grown, what has been developed, then it has to grow further so that it can spill over to other areas. So that is something that we have to remember. So looking for less developed, and that is honorable, but perhaps that is a bit distant from reality. And of course, like a DFI or MDBs, they also have limited human resources and always looking for the underdeveloped projects. I think perhaps that is falling into our own perspective trap. And the third lesson that I have learned from my experience,
this is not scale game. This is game of impact. Development banking이나 finance는 결국은
so development banking or development finance, so it's about helping develop certain sectors or certain countries. So it's not about how much we invest. So energy and infrastructure.
그러나 어떤 임팩트로 할 때는
But then if you're looking for impact, then what we need are digital transformation, or even small investment can make a huge impact. So let's say in North Africa, it was actually the SNS that whipped up the storm for democracy in North Africa. Then once such communications infrastructure is further developed, then they can move on to other development.
I think this is the key questions for development financer. Thank you. 고맙습니다.
시간도 지켜주시고
Well, thank you very much. So thank you very much for keeping time, and also your comments, I believe, are highly based on reality. So here we are talking about investment strategy, and it felt as if we are incubating startups, and also we need to maintain a stage-by-stage perspective. So thank you very much for the very interesting perspective.
Lastly, we'd like to hear from Yong-Kwang Lee, director at the ICAK. Hello, my name is Yong-Kwang Lee. I'm a director at ICAK. I would like to thank the presenters for giving us with their excellent presentations. Talks about global infrastructure investments, and about 60% are in emerging markets. And if we look at World Bank statistics as well, about 2/3 of global investment is going to be held in developing nations. And for developing nations, there's going to be a lot of demand for greenfield infrastructure investments and greenfield projects. In the advanced markets, there's going to be some new demand as well, but there's going to be maybe maintenance and repair of brownfield projects primarily. Maintenance and upkeep of old equipment. Because of urbanization and rising population and increasing consumption, there's going to be more demand for infrastructure, and there's also going to be more growth potential in many of these markets. To support this rapid economic growth, infrastructure is very necessary in many of these markets. But in the last 2 years, because of COVID-19 pandemic, the necessary infrastructure investment was not carried out, and therefore there is now this infrastructure investment gap, and many people have said that we are going to invest further to bridge this infrastructure gap and also provide more stimulus to the economies. However, there's going to be some more time for an actual expansion of these different investments, because I feel that new orders are going to be booked primarily in their local economies, and this means that there will not be many orders globally. And because the pace of the recovery is different across different markets, that is also going to bring about added challenges for contractors doing business overseas. Furthermore, for the governments in developing economies, because they lack a fiscal budget, instead of just providing new orders for simple builds of infrastructure projects, they need a kind of comprehensive package where there's also going to be funding by investors who put up the funds for the infrastructure projects. For example, with the water resources project in Indonesia, my understanding is that government spending is about 20%, and the remaining 80% was funded through PPPs or other different private sector funding. So if we consider the need for the expansion of infrastructure in the developing nations, there is definitely a demand, but we have to be very prudent in going into these markets, because the developing nations' fiscal situation is quite tight, and there is going to be the geopolitical risk. Particularly the LAC countries and African nations, there is a higher political risk there. So that is why we have to be very careful in going into these territories. For simple build projects, because they are not as competitive, many Korean companies are also turning to overseas markets instead of going for simple build projects here in Korea. However, because of the risks that I mentioned before, they are being very careful. Recently, some major conglomerates in Korea have worked in places like the US, Australia, Europe. So these are advanced markets where there is low risk. Because in these advanced economies, there are sophisticated levels of laws and regulations, and there is less uncertainty and risk compared to different developing nations. And also when it comes to feasibility, the process is more transparent, and there's more of a predictability of the project. So for these different contractors, they're looking to advanced markets because they understand that the risks there are lower, so that they can have more profitability. Lastly, as the different presenters have mentioned, the important key is for us to try to reduce the risk and also reduce the financial burden. And going forward, there's going to be more added bonus, added focus on the blended finance model, as the others have said. KOICA, EDCF, and other different Korean public entities can continue to engage in ODA, whereas KXM Bank and KIND and other different entities can also do their part while also partnering with international organizations like ADB and other different multilateral development banks. Thank you very much. Yes, Director Lee, thank you so much. I think that we have to be very careful when it comes to development cooperation. This is going to be a very long dilemma, and we have to be very careful and prudent because of the uncertainties that exist there. I would also like to intervene and ask many questions, but I would like to cut back on what I have to say. It is time now, but we'd like to turn to our two presenters to respond to our panelists, hopefully within 3 minutes each, please. Yes, thank you very much. I was particularly struck by what Mr. Hong said. He said that new projects will bring in quality projects will bring in quality financing, and I think this is key because we work extensively in advanced economies and developing nations. But we've seen that if a project is terrible, then even if it's a AAA credit-rated country, it's not going to work. But probability-wise, there's going to be more of these less quality projects in low-income countries, but there is surprisingly good quality projects out there in the developing nations as well. So we have to do away with the prejudice that we have for developing nations, and because in many cases we just lower expectations right away. That is why we have KIND, and we at KXN Bank are trying to come up with many different innovative financial products as well. But in the end, we want to identify feasible and bankable projects. And as I mentioned many different times already, DFI, MDA, and ECAs, MDBs and ECAs will have to be the facilitator, first of all. And secondly, what I want to say is that this might sound slightly different because today we're talking about development cooperation. But when it comes to EDCF, ODA, or even KXN Bank, we talk often about impact, but we definitely look at many different things: the environment, social impact. We want to assess the level of impact that we can have if we were to carry out the project in a country. But I think that we were too defensive thus far. So I think we were too much focused on lowering the risk and also trying to lower the amounts of evacuees or displaced persons. But I think that we have to look even further and see, if we were to carry out a project in a developing nation, what kind of jobs and how many jobs can we create, and how is this going to impact the tax revenue of this particular country so that we can create a virtuous cycle of sorts? And this is the kind of impact that we have to really think about on a more in-depth level. And going further, construction companies and contractors shouldn't just one-time hire employees in different local markets, but allow for consistent capacity building exercises for these different employees. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that really speaks to your 25-year career. Thank you very much. Our last speaker, Mr. Lee, would you like to briefly comment?
Well, the World Bank, I believe the Global Infrastructure Facility has been commissioned to the JP Morgan, I believe. So now that would be the project discovery facility. So for example, in order to discover bankable, investable projects, so they would design the projects from the early on. So you need to get the right picture for the project from the very beginning. So that is a good example of getting the right picture from the very beginning. So likewise for KIND, if there are so many projects that require funding, so we are talking about $1 trillion of shortfall. And among these many different projects that could be up for project financing would not be many. So in order to enhance the efficiency of the time and resources, we need to make sure that the project from the very beginning has the right structure. So for the master planning and so forth, I do hope that including KIND, the relevant organizations would be actively involved in the early stage development of getting the right structure, getting the right project off the ground so that we will be able to suffer less in the later stages. Well, thank you very much. I do wish that I could give more time to each and every one of the panelists up on stage, but again, I regret the shortage of time. Of course, in sessions 1 and 2, there were a lot of good discussions about the need to strengthen development finance. We have also heard the case examples of global development finance, so very useful and informative. And I do believe that in this session 3 in particular, now with regards to the development finance strategy and policymaking, I do believe that this session has been most helpful for the policymaking at the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So now all the panelists, now they come with extensive experience in this field. So I do hope that we can have active networking, and I do hope that we can also spread these lessons and experience to the private sector as well. And with that, this is goodbye to you all.
Thank you, moderators, speakers, and panelists for your very insightful comments. This session looked at the future of the infrastructure markets in developing countries, and as well as different strategies and approaches we can take and consider to crowd in additional private investment for development. This wraps up the Global Conference on Development Finance. On behalf of the host, the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Korea, I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining in today's conference. Before we conclude, I would like to remind you once again that there will be time for networking out in the lobby outside this room with coffee and refreshments. Thank you again for all your participation. My name is Kyojang Kim, and it was a pleasure to be a part of this conference. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.